Good morning, good evening, or good afternoon, depending on when and where in the world you are. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are about to witness is a nightmare. My nightmare, to be specific. Because 6 years ago, I made a decision that has haunted me ever since, like a specter that is always there whenever I open my creator studio, with eyes that say, this is all you have ever been, and it is all you will ever be. There is nothing you can do to surpass it. Because I have not. Despite my style and personality changing vastly ever since, even though it was before my beard, before modular media, before I was well established as a tokusatsu guy, before even my story had begun. In fact, it was the beginning of it. It was a 10-part series that started out as 12 and somehow became 14. It was a naive, crude, and oddly formatted continuous rant. It was an attempt to summarize the entire history of a franchise while explaining how the latest installment had let me down, and referencing and homaging as many creators within my own medium as I possibly could in what I hoped would be much better fashion. It was a portrait of myself at 19 and what I wanted to be. It's something that I now see fit to look back on, in one continuous video format, now re-edited to avoid YouTube's current content ID systems, in an attempt to understand where I was, where I am now, and where I now want to go. In an attempt to get over the fact that it's still haunting me. It was, is, and always will be the singular phrase that dominated my mind for most of 2012 and 2013. The singular but damning statement that is Power Rangers Megaforce sucks. One that can only be discussed here, a realm not only of sight, sound, and mind, but also of collection, aggregation, and algorithms. A realm bound only by the limits of one's vanity. There it is, the signpost, up over my head. You just logged on to YouTube.com.
You really are pathetic sometimes, you know that?
Dude, what are you doing here? It's like 3 in the morning.
Yeah, about that. Do you really think you'll be getting any new views at this time of night? I mean, anyone you've given a business card to has probably already gone to sleep.
Well, I don't know, maybe?
Exactly. Maybe. So you already know there's a chance that people won't even bother to look. And if they do, what do you think they'll find?
My channel being something they want to subscribe to, hopefully?
Okay, then that means that you're assuming that they're going to find what they're looking for based on what you advertise, right?
Yeah?
And what is it that you've been advertising?
Well, basically a general media analysis channel that...
No, I mean, what's the tagline on your cards?
Serious analysis and genuine buffoonery?
Exactly. And that, to the average person looking at it, would imply that they're a good mix of the two, correct?
Sure.
Then why are you only doing videos that are one or the other lately?
What do you mean?
Okay, look, your Gokaiger video had maybe 2 jokes in it tops, and your latest video had you just ranting and raving about comics to somewhat comedic effect. You need a sense of balance, and as is, you're only leaning one way or another.
Okay, you're making good points, but I have just one question.
Shoot.
Who are you to tell me what to do? It's my channel. I'll do what I want.
I'm afraid I don't grasp your meaning.
Look, Jake, you're my friend, and I both respect and care about you, but...
Wait, you really think I'm him?
Well, I did until you said that.
Wow. I thought it would have been easy for you to figure out that I just took this form to make it easier to talk to you.
Well, no, but seeing as you've already got my attention, mystery being, is there any other complaints you want to bring to my attention?
Well, there is the fact your main channel has been mostly positive up until this point. I mean, why is that? I know there are things that you hate that you could make great videos on.
Well, first of all, that's not true. Take my recent video on the Buffyverse, for example.
Well, I thought the point of that video was the fact that you could appreciate the show was very well done, but that it just wasn't your thing. That's not entirely negative.
Okay, touche. But then what would you have me do? A video on how I think MMPR is one of the most poorly written seasons? Or, like, a video on how Gaim is really sloppily written, in my opinion?
Well, those are good ideas, but I think they're a bit small for now. No, you need something big, something bombastic, something career-defining.
Well, there are a couple of shows I could do stuff like that on, and one of them is even almost finished airing, and that would make it a prime target. Strike while the iron's hot and all that.
That's the spirit. Now all you have to do is write that video with the balance that we've talked about, and it should be great. And if I were you, I'd get started on it as soon as you get back from PMC. Wouldn't want that momentum to go to waste.
Wait, before you go, can I ask you one more thing?
I don't see why not.
If you're not database, then who are you? Really?
Do you really have to ask? Isn't it obvious after everything that we've discussed? I am your crucible. The thing, the moments, the very events that molded you into the person you are today. I am!
Oh, shit. Yes, Arnold. Yes, it was. But unfortunately, there's no time to revel in the memories. We've got work to do. Starting tomorrow, we're putting the Mega Project into effect. Well, that was then, and this is now. Speaking of which, I've got to get some sleep if we're going to do this thing tomorrow. So I'm leaving you in charge of editing and uploading the con vlogs. Think you can handle it? No, Arnold. The last thing I need right now is him calling this off. Besides, we're perfectly capable of handling it ourselves. Alright, good. I'll see you first thing in the morning for filming. I have not been looking forward to this. You see, I may have only gotten into tokusatsu 5 years ago, but in that time, I've seen a lot of tokusatsu. But the worst tokusatsu I have ever seen is Kamen Rider Ghost. But the second worst tokusatsu I have ever seen is Shuriken Sentai Ninja. But the third worst tokusatsu I have ever seen is Power Rangers Megaforce. And believe you me, that is still really awful. And yes, I have seen all of both Power Rangers Turbo and Operation Overdrive, and neither of them are as bad as Megaforce in my opinion. Yes, they're both nearly unbearable slogs to get through, But never have I ever been as frustrated, annoyed, baffled, and at times just completely disappointed in a show as I was while watching Megaforce. If Gokaiger was the show that taught me what everything I love in media is, Megaforce is the show that taught me what everything I hate in media is. And I intend to use this series to illustrate what all those things are. But that's not what this part of the series is actually about. It's about the production history leading up to Megaforce. Because you see, after going back and doing my research, I found that this season was really a disaster waiting to happen. So to illustrate that, I need to make sure we all have full context of how this show came together. But before I get into it, let me just say that yes, due to the ongoing nature of a production like Power Rangers, anything I say in this video could at one point or another turn out to be false, since most of our information on the show's production comes from rumors and small bits of information we're given at convention panels. This is all just my understanding of events, based on reading and watching every bit of behind-the-scenes information I could get my hands on for the last few years. There. Now that that's out of the way, let's get this video about Megaforce started all the way back at Time Force. During the era of In Space to Time Force, the show had entered a sort of flow of production thanks to the efforts of producer-writers Judlin and Jonathan Zakor. But there had been a bit of a rift growing between the two due to constant attempts to cheapen out, save money on production on Zakor's part, including but not limited to paying Patricia Jai Lee significantly less than the other Lost Galaxy Rangers when she was brought on to replace Valerie Vernon as the Pink Ranger, resulting in her walking off the set. And then during pre-production for Time Force, when Lin had come up with a pitch for the show, unlike anything they had tried before, an adventure series much more focused on visiting and learning about past time periods, which relied heavily on story elements Zakor had implied were being developed in the current Sentai series Time Ranger. The pitch had to be dropped when Lin saw that in the footage from Time Ranger, it was much more about people from the future being stuck in the present day, and was also very clearly a noir piece. Now that's only a small taste of Zakor's rumored jackassery, so you can imagine just how frustrated this must have been making Lin, as when Time Force ended, so did his first tenure on the show. For Power Rangers Wild Force, which at the time was going to be the last season, Amit Bhaumek was brought in to replace Lin as head writer, and Zakor went off to work on TV and direct-to-video movies for pretty much the whole of the Disney-era Power Rangers. Oh yeah, for those of you unfamiliar with Power Rangers, Disney bought the show and moved production to New Zealand after Wild Force. However, Power Rangers was seen as sort of the black sheep of the Disney brands, and oftentimes the Disney executives came off as just not understanding what they had bought. They would send notes asking cast members to stop swearing when all they had been doing was shouting the show's distinctive hi-yahs. They'd ask for as little physical violence as possible to be shown, instead wanting the show to stick to the Rangers using blasters. And at one point, an executive even suggested that instead of wasting money on shooting Power Rangers, they should just dub Super Sentai. Yeah, cause that would go over well with American audiences. And if you're at all like me, well, first off, I'm so sorry. And second off, you're probably wondering, if Disney disliked making Power Rangers so much, why did they keep doing it? Well, as it turns out, Disney was under a contract with the European Department of Jetix, the network they had put Power Rangers on, to keep making Power Rangers until around 2009. And Bandai was planning to keep producing toys for Power Rangers in the States, even if there was no show to support the line. But by the time they started production on Operation Overdrive, Disney was more than a little frustrated with things since the show had begun declining in the ratings again. So Overdrive effectively became their do or die season. It was the 15th anniversary, the contract with Jetix was almost up, and Disney was going to make Power Rangers work the way they wanted it to or not at all. And if you know anything about Overdrive, you know how much that backfired. Not only did fans hate the show, but the toys were downright embarrassing and sold awfully. And this is where it gets a bit hard to tell what was happening behind the scenes, even for me. You see, some people have said that after the failure of Overdrive, the following season, Jungle Fury, was going to be the last one, and it was only after producer-writer Eddie Gazalian stepped in that the show was allowed to continue on for Power Rangers RPM. But then others say that RPM was always going to be the last season, and Gazalian stepping in was only a result of Bruce Kalish, head producer for SPD The Jungle Fury, leaving the show. Whatever the case, the important thing is that RPM ended up being the last installment in the franchise at the time, and Disney put the show on reruns, even remastering around 30 episodes of MMPR. But, luckily enough, that did not last long, as Haim Saban, the original creator and owner of Power Rangers, had just gotten back into the media business with the creation of Saban Brands, and was looking for properties to add under its umbrella. And when Haim learned what had happened to the show he had created thanks to the people he had sold it to, well, he was less than thrilled. So it was announced a short time after the remastering had finished airing that he had bought back Power Rangers, and shortly thereafter it was announced that the next installment, Power Rangers Samurai, would begin airing on Nickelodeon the next year. And while it wasn't as bad as the reaction to Overdrive, the fandom's feelings on Samurai very quickly went from "the one true savior of Power Rangers has returned" to
"it stinks."
And while I don't hate Samurai with the fiery passions of some others, I will say I don't think it's very good. Episodes in its run range from just okay to I don't even think you tried at all, in my opinion. Which is a shame, cause though I've not had time to see it myself, just reading up on the Sentai Samurai comes from, Samurai Sentai Shinkenger, I can tell it presented a lot of great storytelling opportunities for Power Rangers that they just didn't capitalize on, sadly. And it is pretty understandable that Samurai turned out the way it did. After all, it was rushed into production and had to be on air in less than a year after they started writing it. Making 43 episodes of TV in that time and having them all be good is an almost impossible task, especially for people who have been out of the game for the better part of a decade. And hey, even with the fans not exactly being thrilled with the show's quality, it was still a roaring success with the target demographic. Little kids. And with the way some of them talk about Jaden, I'd even go so far as to say he's this generation's Tommy. Well, without his actor being an asshole part. And this is where we start getting into Megaforce. See, while Samurai had been rushed into production, Saban had a little over 2 years to do pre-production for Megaforce. And they were going to need it, because this was set to be the big 20th anniversary of the franchise. And to celebrate it, they would not only be adapting the next Sentai in line, Tenso Sentai Gosei, but also the big 30th anniversary Sentai, Kaizoku Sentai Gokaiger, mixing footage from the two to make one show. And if I'm to be perfectly honest, I don't hate this idea. I mean, yeah, forcing 40 episodes of footage into a 20-episode season is a little nuts, but under the right helm, it could have worked. And there's the problem. It wasn't. When Saban bought back the franchise, Jonathan Zakor was put back in charge as executive producer. And if the stuff he did during the Lost Galaxy to Time Force era didn't already make you scared of this guy ever running a Power Rangers series again, let me push you over the edge. When Zakor came on Samurai, not only did he have the chance to fight Saban on rushing the series and didn't, but he took it one step further and had the show classified as a translation of Shinkenger rather than an adaptation. Effectively sending a message to the writing staff to not worry, be lazy, and just copy the Sentai as much as they wanted. Which, according to a writer's panel at Power Morphicon 5, resulted in such things like an episode of the Sentai where the villain's plot was to throw virgins down a well to make them sad, going through almost unchanged. Cause there's absolutely nothing wrong with putting a plot like that in a Western show targeted at kids ages 6 to 11. And this really doesn't surprise me. In fact, I'm more surprised that Core hasn't taken a note from Disney at some point and suggested they just dub Super Sentai. He's just that kind of guy. But getting back to Megaforce, the show's press did actually begin a little earlier than Samurai's did, doing the now normal showing at the licensing expo, followed by a small reveal of the toys and a trailer that was nothing but Sentai footage at SDCC. And then at Power Morphicon 3 during the Samurai panel, not only did they show a trailer that heavily featured the legendary war from Gokaiger, but they also had the cast come on stage in costume for their first public appearance, scaring the hell out of Christina Masterson while they were at it. The Saban reps at the panel even went so far as to say that they were going all out for Megaforce, that it was going to be the most expensive season ever. And at this point, people were getting pretty excited for Megaforce, and after having dropped on and off of Samurai at the time, I found myself not only getting drawn back to the show, but into the fandom for the first time. Yeah, Megaforce, of all things, is what brought me back into the Toku fandom. At the time, I had been frequenting the weekly Morphin Legacy Tiny Chat hangouts and getting into Sentai and Kamen Rider, so it was only natural that I'd be drawn back into PR after having been out of it since Mystic Force. Even with red flags like Sakura still being in charge, the future seemed bright for Power Rangers to all of us. Though, in hindsight, that's probably because none of us had gotten to take a look at the actual show yet. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. It's time for a look at Mega Mission. When looking back at Megaforce, I think it's important to remember the atmosphere of the fandom going into it. People were genuinely excited about this series. It was being seen as a breath of fresh air, what with it being a mostly original plot after all the copying of the Sentai plot Samurai had done. Not to mention the fact that this was coming off the heels of and was partly going to be an adaptation of Gokaiger, a series that at the time was loved almost universally by everyone who had watched it. And those who didn't watch it still saw the YouTube uploads of the Legendary War, because like the rest of Gokaiger, it's awesome. And I do mean awesome in the original sense of the word. To this day, whenever I watch any part of Gokaiger, it's awe-inspiring. Many other fans felt the same way about Gokaiger and couldn't wait to feel that way about a Power Rangers series. When I think of the months and weeks leading up to Mega Mission, I think of the fandom being almost at a fever pitch just waiting to see if Saban could deliver on the 20th anniversary series. So did they? Well, in my opinion, no. Mega Mission is probably one of the weakest pilots in the franchise, and I think the only way to really show why this is to do a scene-by-scene breakdown. So, without further ado, here it is. This is Mega Mission. The episode opens on the mother of all cock teases as we are shown footage from Gokaiger's Legend War, which is called the Legendary Battle in this series. But as I said, it's revealed to be nothing but a tease at what is to come in the form of a dream Troy, one of our main protagonists, is having on the bus on the first day of the new school year. Now, immediately this raises a few questions. First off, why is Troy dreaming about an army made up of every past Ranger team fighting a massive battle against foot soldiers we've never seen before? Was it a vision of the future? Is this something he's seen before in person? Or is he an in-universe fan of the Rangers and this is just some awesome thing he would like to see happen? This is basically part of the overarching plot of the series, so I'm willing to give it a pass that we don't get all the answers in this episode, but the poor way it is handled in the rest of the series is something I'll be speaking about a lot later on in these videos. But I do also have one other question about this. How did Troy fall asleep on the school bus on the first day? I may not have a lot of experience with this myself, but I'm pretty sure those things are crowded and noisy as all get out on the first day. So for him to not only fall asleep but then not be woken up by anyone on the way there is nothing short of a miracle. Anyway, Troy heads off the bus and towards Howard County High, leading us into the introduction of the rest of our protagonists, who are being given a science brain teaser by Mr. Burley, the only teacher we ever see at this school. Yeah, I'm not even joking, this guy basically runs the whole place as far as we're shown.
What species will outlast all others on Earth?
Emma answers first, saying she thinks it will be insects since they have lots of legs, so they'll be the last ones standing. I'd make a joke about her reasoning, but she's honestly the most on the ball of anyone answering, since there have been actual scientific trials proving that insects like cockroaches can survive under conditions as harsh as nuclear fallout recently. Noah shoots his hand up in response, causing concern from his friend Jake, which is understandable since he's having one of the most second graderish tantrums I have ever seen from a high school student.
She's wrong.
When called on by Mr. Burley, he says he thinks it will be robots powered by perpetual motion engines. Yeah, this guy's supposed to be the nerdy one if you couldn't tell. Emma's friend Gia fires back at Noah, saying that robots are machines, so they're technically not a species. Plus, you know, perpetual motion machines are impossible due to that pesky second law of thermodynamics, which Noah should know since he's supposed to be the smart one. Troy then enters the class, and I guess everyone just shrugs off his lateness because he just takes his seat and Mr. Burley passes the question to him. Troy offers this as his answer.
Us, humans.
How's that, Troy?
If humans work together, we can overcome anything.
The others smile at hearing this, but before they can break into a rendition of Kumbaya, we cut away to outer space, just above Earth, where an alien ship is entering orbit. The commanding officer of the ship, Admiral Malcor, asks his subordinate Creepox, who is already on Earth, what he makes of the planet. He boasts that humans cannot match their strength, and if they make their attack swiftly, the planet will be theirs. We then cut to the show's intro, and I guess I may as well say this here. Yes, it's another remix of Go-Go Power Rangers After Samurai. And no, I don't have a problem with it. After all, this is the 20th anniversary season, so if there was ever a time where it was okay to reuse that theme, it would be for a season like this one. What I do think is a problem that carries over from Samurai, however, is the Mickey Mouse Club style roll call during the intro. Kids are smart enough to read the credits on screen, Zakor. They don't need the Rangers' names shouted at them too. Anyway, we then come back from the intro to find Gia and Emma at their lockers as the school day is coming to a close. They agree to meet up a little later at a place called Ernie's, instantly causing the ears of anyone who knows their MMPR to prick up. But first, Emma is going to check out a butterfly migration in some nearby woods. The two-part ways leading us to this oh so lovely shot. Yep, a male gaze shot in Power Rangers in 2012. We'll get back to this later, but for now, let me just say, fuck you, show. Anyway, as Jake and Noah head off to Ernie's so Jake can try to ask Gia out, we cut back to the alien ship where Malcor is conferring with another member of his crew, Prince Vrak. Vrak is concerned about the threat humanity could pose to their invasion, but Malcor reminds him that humans are used to insects being small and mostly harmless on the planet, so they'll get quite a shock when they land, basically confirming that these guys are insectoids, or at least Malcor and most of his crew are. We then smash cut to, someone's garage? Alright, I know this place is technically called the Command Center, but just look at it! It's a cave with ranger keys on the wall and a few podiums randomly placed in it. I mean, I would be okay with calling it the Command Center if it had anything in common with the one from MMPR. That Command Center looked much more technologically advanced while at the same time had some campy 90s charm about it. This place though? Well, as I said, at best it reminds me a little of the Batcave, and at worst it just looks like a dimly lit garage. Anyway, this is where we're introduced to our mentor for the season, Gosei, a giant talking tiki head mounted on the wall, and his assistant, Tensu, a small Alpha 5-like robot that looks way more realistic for the time than Alpha 5 did for the 90s. Weird. Anyway, Gosei informs Tensu that he's detected the alien ship, and it's time to bring together a new team of Rangers in a not-so-subtle homage to Day of the Dumpster.
Energetic and unstoppable, don't say it.
Teenagers.
Back with Noah and Jake, the two have arrived at Ernie's, And here we come to the reason I have been saying that in the tone of sarcastic quotes. You see, as I've already talked about a little in this video so far, for the 20th anniversary, the writers wanted to do a series that was very much in the spirit of MMPR. What with it being a high school season, Gosei and Tensu basically being updated Zordon and Alphas, and now this. The hangout spot for the Rangers this season is Ernie's Brain Freeze, which is meant to be an update on Ernie's Juice Bar from MMPR. There's just one little problem though. The original actor who played Ernie, Richard Gianoli, had passed away in 2008. So they cast a new actor to play the role of the manager of this place for the series, who has the exact same name as, but looks nothing like the original Ernie. I mean, who is this guy? Is this supposed to be a new Ernie who just happens to run an establishment that ends up being the hangout spot for a set of Power Rangers? Cause the odds of that happening seem astronomical to me. Or are they actually trying to pass this off as a straight recast of the old Ernie? Cause if that's the case, that is one of the most disrespectful things I have ever seen in a children's show. And I'm not just saying that in the vein of, this remake of a thing I watched when I was a kid raped my childhood. I have no attachment to MMPR. I never saw it till I was in my late teens, and to this day think most of it is actually pretty unwatchable. But I have seen it, and unlike most things you hear this kind of talk with, Megaforce isn't a remake of MMPR, no matter how much it tries to be. Power Rangers, with two small exceptions, is an ongoing continuity. Every season happened, and way back in Turbo, Ernie left the show and never returned. For all we know, he never came back from that cruise, and you know what? Unlike most of Turbo, I was okay with that! It made sense that after years of working at the juice bar day in and day out, all it would take was one good vacation to make him want to retire. But you're gonna tell me that he got back into the restaurant business just so you can have a crappy callback in your anniversary season? No. Just no. And what's worse is, we really don't know which it is. They never say it outright either way. All we know is that there's a character named Ernie played by a different actor running this froyo/drinks place that the Rangers hang out at. And every scene that takes place in this set just feels a little weird for it. I know I've spent a lot of time on this and we are only 6 minutes into the episode, but every time I think about this, I just get pissed that they couldn't just give the character a different name. I mean, it's not like Tensu is called Alpha 1 or something. Wait, that's actually not a half bad idea. Okay, moving on, Jake and Noah order free vanilla cones, which I can't help but feel is a metaphor for the tone of this show. And when Jake goes to pay Ernie, this happens.
Thank you. $6. 20. $20. I'll ring you up.
Are you fucking kidding me, Ernie? It's $20! I work at a Five Guys and I rarely get handed bills bigger than that by guys Jake's age. This isn't the fucking 40s where a teenager carrying around $20 was unheard of. Ugh. We then cut over to Emma, who's butterfly watching, and what I have to admit is a pretty good mix of CGI and practical effects. And after a moment, she notices she's not alone. Creepox has been in the same woods the whole time, and he can smell her. Well, I'm sure this sort of cool moment will actually go somewhere and won't end up getting cut off at the knees at all. Anyway, Gosei starts teleporting the teens to him, and hot damn is that effect good looking. I can't wait to see more of it. Oh wait, it's only ever used in this episode, even though there are literally dozens of moments in the rest of the series where the Rangers could have been using it, and it's never explained why they don't, which pretty much spells out that it's only here so they can rip more things from Day of the Dumpster and not have the teens find the Mega Cave in a believable way. Nice going, guys. Troy is teleported away too, cutting his training session short? I really don't know. This scene is so short and void of anything besides Troy doing some kicks that it's hard to get anything from it other than the indisputable fact that he hates water bottles. The four encounter Tensu, causing Noah to embarrass himself some more, and shortly explore the Mega Cave, Troy commenting that he's seen the Ranger keys on the walls before. Gosei awakens and begins expositing to them.
Welcome, humans. I am Gosei. My mentor Zordon placed me here to be guardian of this planet. I am of the Earth.
Wait, hold the fuck up! Zordon was his mentor? That's not a joke, by the way. I forgot that little tidbit leading up to the rewatch of the episode for this video. And to be honest, it's not that surprising that I did. They dropped this massive addition to the canon on us in this scene, act like it's nothing, and then just move right on and never bring it up again. This raises so many questions, it's ridiculous. How did Gosei and Zordon know each other? When did Gosei and Zordon know each other? Why did Zordon think it was important to train another like himself to mentor a team of Rangers? Does Gosei know that Zordon died at the end of In Space? I mean, he has been sleeping for years, as he puts it, but surely they found out during their search for the Rangers, right? Well, we'll never know, cause as I said, like almost all the really interesting stuff brought up in this pilot, we'll never hear about this again.
I only awaken when the Earth is faced with an extraordinary threat.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. But for now, Gosei continues expositing that much like Zordon, he took this form to make it easier to talk to us humans, which much like an MMPR I find very odd. What about giant talking wall ornament screams good communication method? Just a thought. He goes on to explain to the four teens about the aliens and the threat that they posed, and just as they are beginning to doubt him, which is a bit odd considering the Earth of the main PRU has been invaded by aliens like 6 times at this point, Emma is teleported in. Why it took Gosei and Tensu so long to teleport her, I have no idea, but I'm more preoccupied with the fact that they set up a really cool situation of her encountering Kreepox before she even becomes a Ranger, and then did nothing with it besides her showing the others photos here as a way of proving that they're not being punked. It's not egregious like a lot of my other complaints so far, but I just feel like they could have done more with it. Have her follow Kreepox onto the ship and learn the name of the alien group or something? I don't know. Anyway, Gosei does some more Day of the Dumpster homaging by running down each of the Rangers and explaining why he chose them. Emma will be the Pink Ranger because she gives a shit about global warming. Noah the Blue Ranger because he knows what happens when you put Mentos in Mountain Dew voltage. Jake the Black Ranger because he likes to play on the green field in his green shorts. Gia the Yellow Ranger because she actually acts her age. And Troy will be the Red Ranger because he went to a karate class that one time. And ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to it. The dumbest moment in the episode.
You shall be the Red Ranger, and like the dragon, you will serve as the team's leader.
There must be a mistake here. I'm new in town.
Yeah, not only is this a horribly worded bit of dialogue, but what could be an interesting arc for the first chunk of the season of Troy having to gain everyone's respect as a leader is immediately thrown away by Gosei assuring him that there is no mistake. Leading me to wonder just why the fuck this line is even still in the episode, since not only do none of the other Rangers object to him being the leader, but literally seconds later Troy takes the morphers offered to them and speaks for everyone in the group and says that if the Earth is in danger, they will defend it. Hey asshole, maybe you shouldn't be the leader, cause speaking for a group of total strangers, which they are to him at this point, and saying that they'd be willing to risk their lives by fighting an alien army with you is one of the most dickish things I have ever seen a Ranger do. But no one protests to Troy doing this, and the five are teleported to a city, which I assume is the downtown area of the city where the school and mall are, but the episode never really makes it clear, and they begin fighting the season's foot soldiers unmorphed. However, it's not long before it's time for more Day of the Dumpster homaging, which at this point pretty much just starts heading straight into ripoff territory.
Gosei told us the morphers will give us power. Let's use them. Follow my lead. It's morphin' time.
Alright, a few things to comment on in quick succession here. First off, no, I do not mind the reuse of It's Morphin' Time as the morph call, since, as I said earlier with the theme song, with this being the 20th anniversary, they're allowed a few chintzy callbacks like that in my opinion. What I do mind, however, is the lines they gave Troy here, which are lifted exactly from Day of the Dumpster, but without the context that made them work. In that episode, the Rangers still thought that everything Zordon had told them was total bullcrap. Up until the point where, after leaving, they had been confronted by a small group of foot soldiers and were unable to beat them unmorphed. But here, these Rangers were doing just fine until they realized they were completely outnumbered. And that's not even mentioning the fact that the whole line was originally spoken out loud. Here, everything up to "follow my lead" is in Troy's head. So for all the Rangers know, when he says that, he could be about to do anything. How are they supposed to know what to do with him in perfect sync like they do in the episode? Hell, how does Troy know what to do? Gosei never told them how to morph, and in Day of the Dumpster, It's Morphin' Time was set up by Zordon and several other characters talking about morphing earlier in the episode. So this whole callback falls apart the moment you start thinking about it at all. And as an aside, I really am not a fan of these suits. The main body just has way too much white on it for my taste, and it only really works in the context of the Sentai, where the Rangers were all guardian angels in training. And the helmets do nothing for me either, they are just way too busy in my opinion. Anyway, they engage the foot soldiers utilizing their new mega weapons, which look just as busy and garish as their suits in my opinion. With the exception of Noah's bowgun, that thing is pretty neat. But this catches the attention of Creepox, who is now back on the alien ship, for some reason. He angrily yells about how unimaginable it is for the humans to be fighting back. Which just makes me think even more that these guys really should have done their damn research before going after Earth. But then Vrak suggests that they should send in a real monster, which then makes me wonder how the hell they plan to invade Earth if all they sent down were brainless foot soldiers without even Creepox to command them. Seriously, what the hell? They send down Scaraba the Rock Beetle to fight the Rangers in what I guess is just an abandoned part of town where presumably a nuclear power plant melted down a few years ago, because I very seriously doubt the foot soldiers did all this damage on their own. But whatever, to make a long and honestly boring fight short, the Rangers dispatch Scaraba and the rest of the foot soldiers and then walk back to the Mega Cave, because I guess the writers couldn't even be bothered to remember that teleporting was a thing for the whole episode. They then get a pat on the head from Gosei, telling them that
luck had nothing to do with it. You rose to the occasion and unlocked your powers. Do not doubt yourselves. You were chosen, and for good reason. This morning you were regular kids leading normal lives. But now you must master your new powers and live extraordinary lives.
We're a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, you are the Power Rangers Megaforce.
He said it! He said it!
So that's the bulk of Mega Mission. And if I haven't made it clear yet, I don't like this episode very much! Not only does it set up tons of potentially interesting plot lines for the rest of the series that never get brought up again, which is the exact opposite of what a pilot is supposed to do, but so much of this is just sloppy seconds from Day of the Dumpster that don't work in this context. From Gosei and Tensu pretty much just being carbon copies of early Alpha and Zordon without any of their charm, to Troy's leadership skills, which I already spoke about in depth. Hell, there's even a moment in the final scene where they reuse the Kimberly is worried about the helmet messing up her hair bit, with Emma. A character who through the whole episode was set up as being someone who enjoys going outside and likes using natural products to help the environment. I don't know about you, but she doesn't exactly strike me as the type to get worried about her hair being messed up. Add all that on top of the fact that no one acts like there have been Rangers fighting on Earth before outside of one little line from Gosei about the Ranger keys on the wall in the freaking 20th anniversary series, and I can't help but feel like this is one of, if not the weakest pilot in the entire franchise. And it didn't get much better after this, since aside from the Megazord being introduced in episode 2, there was no plot advancement in this show for the next 5 episodes. But luckily we're not going to be covering those in detail, since I'm going to start getting a lot more broad in these videos from here on out, cause if I kept going episode by episode, we'd be here till I'm in my 50s. Instead, I'm going to focus on certain characters or plot elements for each part. And next time, we're starting with one of the worst mentor characters I have ever seen in a piece of media. Continued in part 3. Mentors. They're probably one of the most important character types in the Power Rangers franchise. Just take the very first one, Zordon, who to this day is still considered to be a fodder figure by many who grew up watching Mighty Morphin. And it's easy to see why. He was always there for the Rangers, guiding them through their lives both as Rangers and as normal kids in high school. Yeah, he could be a bit unnecessarily vague at times, but he always seemed to have the Rangers' best interests at heart. And during the rare occasion where he wasn't with them, it felt like a member of the family was missing. Many of the other mentors in PR's history have followed that example, and even when they've deviated from it completely, it's resulted in some of the best characters in the franchise. Which is what makes it all the more upsetting when a character that is meant to be an exact copy of him falls so short. We've already discussed some of the numerous problems with Gosei as a mentor in the Mega Mission breakdown, but I'm afraid that doesn't even begin to cover it with this guy. No, Gosei is such an insanely baffling part of this series that he has to have his own part devoted to him, and not even all of the Rangers are getting that. But I'm getting ahead of myself, since, as I said, before we can talk about the actual main characters of this show, we have to break down their glorified wall ornament. So let's start off with something I kinda glossed over in the Mega Mission review. Gosei saying that he took the form we see him in for the whole show to make it easier to communicate with humans. Cause in that video I made it sound like that was the reason Zordon looked the way he did in MMPR. But it actually isn't. Zordon's reason for being a giant floating head in a tube is actually that he is, and I quote, an interdimensional being trapped in a time warp. Now, yes, in later seasons we do find out that Zordon is also apparently an alien from the planet Eltar, and thanks to Zyuranger stock footage used in later episodes of MMPR, we can assume that Zordon had a humanoid form at one point, but I still find it kind of odd that Megaforce didn't use that original Day of the Dumpster explanation for Gosei, since they took so many other things from it. It would certainly fix a major problem with Gosei throughout the series, that being that we never see him take another form besides the Tiki Head. I mean, if you're gonna have a character who can shapeshift, why not use that to your advantage? You could have Gosei be one of the Rangers' teachers, which would also solve the problem of Mr. Burley being the only one we ever see. You could have him disguise himself as one of the villains and sneak on board their ship, which brings me to my next point. Gosei is bizarre in how at times he seems to have knowledge of the villains and artifacts the Rangers need to find, and yet at others he can't help them beyond saying the monster of the week is in the area. I mean, it's like half the writing staff wanted him to have a backstory with the villains like Zordon did with Rita Zed and the Machine Empire, and the other half thought he was just gonna be some guy stuck in a cave with limited sensor capabilities after having been asleep so long. And to be honest, I really wouldn't mind either one of those characteristics if they would just pick one and tell us that's what's actually going on here. As it is, it just seems like some days Gosei had a little extra time on his lack of hands and decided to read the parts of the script that didn't have him in it. Speaking of which, some of the most egregious examples of Gosei seemingly have had read the script are how the season chooses to introduce most of its Zords and power-ups. Which is that it doesn't. I'm not even joking. 70% of the time, Gosei will literally just go, "Hey Rangers, good job out there, here's a new thing for you to use," or, "Oh man, you guys look like you're really getting your butts kicked out there, here's a new power-up that lets you overpower the villains this week." The Sea Brother Zords, the Land Brother Zords, the Sky Brother Zords, the ability to combine the Gosei Great and Gosei Grand Megazords, the Gosei Jet Zord, Super Mega Mode, Legendary Ranger Mode, the Legendary Megazord, the Delta Runner Zord, the Mystic Dragon Zord, the Q-Rex Megazord, the ability to combine the Legendary and Q-Rex Megazords, the ability to combine those Megazords with the Turbo Falcon to form the Ultimate Legendary Megazord. None of these things get proper reasons for being introduced when they are. I often disagree with people who say Toku only exists to sell toys, but you know what? In this series, that's the only reason anything ever happens. And to draw another Zordon comparison here, he had a good reason for not giving the Rangers access to the Zords and power weapons right away. He didn't want them escalating the fight unless forced to do so by the villains. But in this series, Gosei just gets handed a note off screen that says Sell Toy X this week, and he makes up some bullcrap about rewarding the Rangers for working together. And then in the next episode, they move on to the next shiny thing. Lather, rinse, repeat. And what makes this all the more aggravating is none of the Rangers ever ask why they weren't given these things sooner. They just trust Gosei at face value like a bunch of idiots. Except when Robo Knight shows up. Then they storm into the Mega Cave and demand to know why they weren't told there was a 6th Ranger sooner. Which only serves to make it all the more glaring that Robo Knight is the only time a new set of powers is given anything resembling a reason for not being brought in earlier in the show. Yeah, I'll get into all that in a later part. Hell, at times it feels like the writers are trolling us with shit like Jake going from being a Black Ranger in regular Megaforce mode to being a Green Ranger in Super Mega mode. As if to say, yeah, we know how all this works, but we're not gonna put it in the show. Why should we? You guys will still buy it as long as the Sentai footage makes it look cool. And don't give me that black and green have always been interchangeable, so it's kind of a fun meta joke anyways bullshit. Gosei himself calls attention to the fact that there should be a real reason for it.
Am I the only one who notices that my key is the wrong color?
Jake, there's a simple explanation for that.
They almost hit the command center!
Go, Rangers! Put your new powers to use!
Yeah, to paraphrase Uber Haxer Nova here, just because you make a joke about something stupid in your product, that doesn't make it okay. And let's not forget, Gosei isn't just poorly written in the present, but his backstory is full of plot holes too. At the start of Megaforce, we are told that Gosei and Tensu have been sleeping for years, and that they only wake up when the Earth is faced with an extraordinary threat. So, are we supposed to assume 5 alien invasions, 3 different cases of demons trying to take over the Earth, pollution waking up an ancient race of monsters who want to take over the Earth, a mad scientist trying to bring the dinosaurs back from extinction to destroy the human race, the return of an ancient warlord, and the fucking Earth almost getting split in 2 don't count as extraordinary threats? And for that matter, why do Gosei and Tensu have the Ranger keys? If they went to sleep before the start of the franchise, then they shouldn't have most of these power sets at their disposal. Over half of them, we know for a fact, were created after the Mighty Morphin powers. And at times it seems like Gosei knows about these events too, what with him telling the Rangers about the Animarium, which he not only gives the wrong name for, but also mispronounces the name he does use. And having info on teams like SPD and RPM and the database he and Tensu give Noah to study past Rangers with in Season 2. I mean, did he have another assistant like Tensu out there gathering information while he and Tensu slept, or was he just glancing at Ranger Wiki sometimes? I hate to be this guy since I do think PR should be able to stand on its own, and comparing it to Sentai is a bit unfair, but in Gokaiger there was a simple explanation for this. The past Rangers had all lost their powers, and the Gokaigers spent about a year before the start of the series searching the cosmos and gathering up the Ranger keys. So I really see no reason for there not to be a similarly simple explanation in this show. And no, there's a simple explanation for that does not count. Do you see the point I'm trying to make clear here? Are you on the track I'm laying down? Literally, everything about Gosei is lazy. His design, his backstory, his reasons for doing things, even the damn naming schemes of most of his tech. Half of the stuff the Rangers use in the first season is named after him. Why, you ask? Well, that's because that's what it was called in the Sentai. So I guess they thought they'd just throw Megazord and Morpher on the end of things and call it a day. For crying out loud, people, this is supposed to be the great and wise teacher of this team, who guides them through one of the toughest struggles the human race ever faces. Literally one of the biggest pillars in the show. And you can't be bothered to give an actual explanation for why he knows and does things? This is hacky writing in its purest form, and we haven't even gotten halfway through the characters yet, mind you. We still have to do Emma, and Noah, and Jake, and Gia, and Troy, and who the fuck is calling me? I'm recording. Do you idiots know what that means? Do any of you know what that means? No, you don't. So I'll fucking tell you what it means. It means, do not disturb. Or else. You fucking traitor.
Now, let's not say things we'll regret later.
I gave him express instructions not to tell you about this. The hell am I supposed to call him? Besides, I thought he was programmed to obey my orders. Or did you lie to me about that so you could keep tabs on me?
Well, first off, you should probably call him Arnold, as that's his name. And he is programmed to obey you and help you with your work. I only put in a small subroutine so that if you did something really stupid, like starting the Mega Project before you were ready, he would tell me.
Why should you have to know what I do? Besides, you were wrong for once. This series has been just what the channel needed. We're already up 45 subscribers since the first part came out. Do you know how big a deal that is?
Yeah, not that big. And why do I need to know what videos you make? Vac, I'm your producer!
You're my script editor.
And as your producer, I'm supposed to be kept in the loop on these things. We were going to be co-plotters for this channel, remember?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Just like I remember you never coming up with any shows to talk about and never making any videos your own.
That's because we agreed that your personality would be better suited to these things and I would be better served as a creative consultant and writing assistant. Do you not pay attention to our meetings at all? Traitor. You see what I mean, Vac? You have all these grand sweeping ideas that I think are great, but you have no patience, no sense of strategy. You do what you want to do when you want to do it. And that's not the partnership I was promised when you asked me to help on the Gokaiger video. I thought we were supposed to be working together to grow the channel and its videos by slowly building up to the Mega Project, not just coming out guns a-blazing with it. But then, after the Gokaiger video, you went off and made that frankly ill-timed and incomprehensible comics video without telling me. And then before I could ask you what you were planning, Arnold said you'd flown off to Power Morphicon, where, upon arriving home, you come out with this! Again, without telling me.
Okay, I get it. If it's that big a deal to you, I'll take the videos down and we'll shelve them for now. I wasn't even planning on doing it this way, it's just...
Just what?
Nothing. The point is, you were right, this was a stupid idea, and we should just pull the plug on it now.
No.
Say what now?
We can't pull the plug now. We're in too deep as it is. And if we do, we risk losing all the new subscribers we've gotten from it. You have to keep going.
But what about all that talk of build-up and not blowing our load on this thing right away? What happened to that?
I'll think of something. Now, what I want you to do is start filming parts 4 through 9 right away. I've already taken the liberty of finding the old scripts and touching them up as needed. I will dispatch them immediately by carrier pigeon.
But what about part 3? I was in the middle of filming it before your call. There's still another 2 pages left.
Arnold can fix it in post. He's good at that. I mean, everybody thinks you actually shave. And besides, you of all people should know that if we keep these things coming out at a decent rate, it'll only serve to increase interest.
Okay, if you're that sure of it, I'll get the camera set back up.
Good. Oh yeah. That reminds me. If you ever attack the equipment with a machete again, I will personally come down to Florida and...
Okay, Bill, great to hear from you as always. Bye. You know, I'm still mad at you. True enough. Let's get to work. Hello everyone, I would just like to take a moment to apologize for my earlier outbursts in the last video. And I solemnly swear I shall never brandish a machete at my camera again. There. Can we get on with the damn video now? Wonderful! Now, where was I? Oh yeah, Emma and Noah. Emma and Noah are probably the two most confusing characters in the show. Not only do their personalities and attitudes change from episode to episode, but at times characters will describe them as having had certain character traits when earlier in the same episode they'll have exhibited the exact opposite of it. And it's not like any of the other characters have this problem. Sure, some of them are frustrating or have bizarre things happen with their characterization, but at least I can kind of piece together what the writers were trying to do with them. Emma and Noah though, yeah, their character development goes all over the place, circles back, does a flip, and then it feels like it didn't actually happen at all. But I don't think even that really describes how infuriating their lack of characterization can be at times. Why don't I break them down one at a time and try to sort this out? Starting with Emma, since she's the least irritating of the two, as I discussed during the Mega Mission video, her character is established very quickly as one that loves nature and enjoys going out into the woods to take photos. However, that characterization is tossed aside very quickly in the last scene of the episode to do a homage to Day of the Dumpster. So naturally you'd think that was probably because the writers changed their minds at the last minute and wanted the character to be more like Kimberly, right?
What do you do?
Yeah, this trend just continues through the whole show, with her sometimes using shortcuts she knows from hiking to beat the guys in a race, and other times spending half an episode changing costumes in an effort to get a plot device away from a monster in a fashion that I honestly think even Season 1 Kimberly would call too girly. There are a few occasions where we actually learn something about her though, mainly that her mom was the one that inspired her love of nature, and it is heavily hinted that she passed away when Emma was very young in the episode Harmony and Discord. But that's really it. We never get any real development for her, just that she loves nature to a fault and wants her friends to be as happy and comfortable in their lives as possible. Well, except when they're carrying her camera equipment. Then they're on their own, I guess. And that's really the problem with Emma. Nothing about her character changes throughout the show. She has no arc to speak of, really. Yeah, early on they kind of hint at her and Troy getting together, but that gets dropped as soon as Robo Knight shows up, and in Season 2, they try to set up a relationship with her and Orion, but it ends up going absolutely nowhere. And the same could be said for her friendship with Gia. It's challenged in a filler episode by a monster's spell, and that's it. We never even see the two hanging out away from the rest of the group. It's really frustrating how her character was seemingly left by the wayside, especially when you realize how much legroom her Sentai counterparts left them to work with after dropping both the pirate and angel themes. And dropping those themes actually made things way worse for Noah, since at times he feels like he's supposed to just be a translation of one of his Sentai counterparts, but he's also established to be very different from both of them in the first episode. Mainly that he is the token smart character with a compulsive need to correct others when they get something wrong, and he has some slight self-esteem issues. Basically Season 1 Billy. But then in later episodes he'll act more like a stoic second-in-command like Hyde from Gosei, or like a badass with a need to prove himself like Joe from Gokaiger. And the thing is, I could see them earning those character shifts for a few well-written focus episodes, but they don't even try. Noah's character changes like a light switch, sometimes even inside of the same episode, and it always feels like it only happened because they just really liked an episode of the Sentai that happened to focus on the Blue Ranger and wanted to do the Power Rangers version of it. Yeah, newsflash writers, this isn't Samurai anymore. You can't just take plots from the Sentai without adjusting them to work better with your characters anymore. What makes this all even worse, though, is how some of these Sentai plots they carry over for him feel completely empty in the show. Like they could have been done with anybody and it wouldn't have felt any different. Such as Noah's rivalry with Argus, one of the Season 2 villains, which pretty much begins and ends with, "You are a skilled swordsman, but you fight for the other side. Therefore, I must defeat you myself." Come on, guys, Jaden and Decker got more than this in Samurai, and that show felt just as gutted of everything that made its Sentai counterpart great. And then there are some just straight up weird moments in episodes when they'll throw in an extra thing for Noah's character and never do anything with it. Like him apparently being able to sense the Red Lion during Alliance. The hell was up with that anyway? But that's not to say his character was all bad. There were a few moments when his original characterization shone through, like when he made the Super Mega Cannon. During an episode when he's body switched with Jake and they really should have been focusing the writing on the two characters learning more about each other. Damn it, Megaforce! I was trying to throw you a bone there! But this isn't even the tip of the iceberg when it comes to just how mishandled some of these characters can be. No, we are only just getting started. And boy oh boy do I have some choice words for the next pair of characters we're looking at. Well, we finally made it. The part that, out of this entire series, I've actually been dreading doing the most. Because, you see, we as a society are currently hyper-aware of issues like women's and minorities' rights. And this video is going to tread on both those topics, and as you can plainly see, I'm neither a woman nor a minority. But you know what? I honestly don't care. This sorry excuse for a romance subplot is bullshit of the highest degree, and while I have seen plenty of people calling it out in podcasts and on social media, no one has made a video about it. And I'm not going to let my race or gender stop me from saying this stuff, especially when no one else on this platform has. Jake and Gia's relationship is something the show wants us to take as very cute and charming, but in my opinion it couldn't be further from that. And I'm about to spend the rest of this video explaining why, so pay attention. There won't be a test, but I do get really annoyed when people use my videos as background noise the first time they watch them. If I could say one nice thing about Jake, it would probably be that out of all the Rangers in Megaforce, he is the most consistent. No, seriously. While there is the odd slip-up here and there, like him finding Noah's misfortune of having to rub a monster's feet and United We Stand funny when they're supposed to be friends, he mostly keeps the same characterization for the whole series. It's just a damn shame that that characterization is acting like a creep. He's constantly giving Gia inappropriate looks, acting possessive of her when they aren't even in a relationship, and saying things that make it seem like he feels entitled to her affection. Hell, at times he acts like he's not even interested in being a ranger if Gia's not around. In one episode, he straight up walks out of a meeting where they're trying to figure out why an old closed down factory is still leaking pollution because Emma tells him Gia said she had to go to Ernie's to study. None of this behavior is okay, especially when you consider the fact that this is supposed to be a children's show and these characters are somewhat meant to act as role models. Now that's not to say I think this should be like Season 1, where the Rangers were all perfect 90s ideals of what a teenager should be. No, I like having the Rangers be flawed characters who become heroes in spite of those flaws. But there's a big difference between doing that and having one of your characters do things that are morally reprehensible and then never having any of your other characters bat an eyelash at it. No one, not even Emma, Gia's best friend, ever stops Jake and asks, "Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?" And it's not like Gia doesn't act uninterested in him. She routinely makes comments like,
"It's just some guy looking for attention." You can relate, right?
And while we're on the subject of Gia, let me just say that I think she is more mishandled than Emma and Noah put together. They bring up interesting ideas for her character all the time, but then never explore them. She's said to pursue excellence in every part of life by Gosei, but what does that mean exactly? Is she meant to be a top student at their high school or something? In the first episode, Noah says she's the hottest girl in school and that Jake doesn't have a shot with her. But then why don't we ever see anyone besides Jake try to ask her out? Hell, you could have fixed this problem by having Gia already be in a relationship at the start of the series that at one point she has to break off due to not wanting her boyfriend to get hurt by one of the villains. It's cliche, yeah, but at least it would be something. Continuing on with that line of thought, in one episode, Gia asks Emma not to post pictures of the two of them posing with a rare flower because it would ruin her tough girl image. And I have to ask, what tough girl image? Just wearing a leather jacket does not make you tough. They could have done something with it by giving her another group of friends she hangs out with to give her that image, but the only people we ever see her with are Emma and the other Rangers. Oh yeah, and at the end of the episode when Emma goes behind Gia's back and puts the picture in the local newspaper, she doesn't get mad but instead hugs Emma and says she loves how it shows everyone they're such good friends. 'Cause what's character conflict? Am I right? And as if all that wasn't bad enough, half the time Gia does act interested in Jake, but only superficially. Like in the Christmas episode, when she acts like her and Emma are entitled to a present from him, even going so far as to say that she, quote, loves expensive stuff. Gia? Jake's Syrian, so he may not even celebrate Christmas for all we know, you greedy twit. And then there are other times when episodes and episodes after we've already established that she knows Jake likes her, she'll act surprised when someone brings it up. I mean, it's like the writers weren't even talking to each other. The only consistent thing about her is that she's treated like a piece of meat for Jake to chase after, and we're supposed to think that's okay. In fact, the only redeeming thing about her characterization, or lack therefore of, is Ciara Hana's acting. It really does fill the gaps at times and commands your attention. However, the same cannot be said for Jake, as Azim Rizek isn't a bad actor, but that only serves to make everything Jake does and says seem all the more like what I've been taking it as. Hell, it actually makes it worse at times, like in the episode Love is in the Air, where Jake gives advice to a monster that's had a crush on one of the main villains all episode, saying to quit acting jealous and just ask her out on a date. Which they could have played as a great bit of self-aware humor, but instead just comes off as Jake just being an asshole who won't take his own advice. Especially when later in that episode, the other Rangers call Jake on his bullshit and say he should just ask Gia out, and the episode just skirts out of it. And harkening back to the part where I said I don't mind flawed characters in my toku, I could honestly see them making this work. Remember that male gaze shot from Mega Mission that caused me to tell the show to go fuck itself? Well, I honestly think they could have made that work as a great bit of diegetic fan service. Now, for those of you unaware of that term, as outlined by Digibro in the second part of his video series on the Asterisk War, diegetic fan service is when we get things like fan service shots of a character, but for a story or character reason. Take my personal favorite anime, Gurren Lagann, for example. In that show, the character Yoko spent most of the episodes clad in nothing but combat boots, booty shorts, and a bikini top, and the show takes a lot of time early on to make sure we get to see every angle of that outfit. And it was honestly a bit off-putting to me the first time I watched the show. Until upon a rewatch, I realized that both of those things actually make a lot of sense. The world of Gurren Lagann is a giant desert wasteland with only small underground human settlements scattered across the world. So logically, it makes sense that not only would there only be enough cloth to make Yoko an outfit that small, but it's hot as hell up on the surface, and she's part of a war against the monsters that rule it. Not only would supplies to make her a better outfit probably not be prioritized for that, but I'm also guessing that layers probably aren't her preference here. And the fan service shots of her? Well, those are all due to the main character of the series being a 14-year-old boy who's never seen anyone who either looks or dresses like Yoko before. And later on in the show, he grows up and adjusts to the way she is, and the fan service goes away for the most part at that point. It's actually one of the best uses of fan service I've ever seen in an anime, and proves Captain Logan's motto of "you can make anything work, you just have to make it work." However, Megaforce does not handle that shot from Mega Mission with the same level of grace, cause, well, as I said, Jake doesn't undergo any sort of arc where he learns the way he's been acting is not okay. Hell, they actively ignore a golden opportunity to address it when they take an episode from the Sentai where his and Gia's counterparts switch bodies, which they could have used to have Jake walk a mile in Gia's shoes and see that she has to take the kind of crap he's been giving her from tons of guys on a daily basis and try to ignore it even though it does bother her. And changed it to be him and Noah switching bodies so that they could have a good reason for why the Green Ranger makes the Super Mega Cannon in the Sentai footage. Which I honestly don't think is a good excuse at all. They could have just as easily made it an episode about Noah and Tensu working together on a project and said in the Sentai footage Jake was just testing it for them. But no, I guess they just gotta burn through that Sentai footage no matter the cost of good character development. Oh yeah, and in that same episode, there's a scene where Gia seems weirdly attracted to Noah while inside Jake's body, which brings up a whole host of questions I can't even begin to try to answer. And let's not forget that at the very end of the show, Gia does a total heel turn and kisses Jake, effectively validating the way he's been acting up until that point in the show, which is just disgusting. Just imagine the message this sends to little boys watching the show. Hey buddy, don't feel down. Even if a girl acts like she's not interested in you at all, just keep chasing after her by getting in with her friends, saying you don't like the way other guys look at her, and calling her stubborn for not liking you as much as everyone else. She's sure to cave eventually. And this becomes all the more egregious when you remember that Power Rangers has generally had a really good track record with these kinds of things. Going all the way back to Zio, where in a Tanya Focus episode, when her boyfriend got angry at her for being better at baseball than him, and said she should play worse to make him look good, she dumped his ass on the spot. Or Connor from Dino Thunder, who for that whole show underwent a character arc taking him from someone who would do things like saying he isn't scared of his principal because, quote, she's just a woman, and women are just grown-up girls, and making fun of Ethan for being into video games and sci-fi movies, to being a genuinely great leader and actually caring about the women around him and what matters to them simply because it matters to them. Or Sky from SPD, who underwent a similar arc wherein at the start of the show he scoffs at the idea of one of his female teammates being the Red Ranger, but after episodes of getting to know her, he's totally okay with it at the end of the series. Hell, take Chase, a character from the very next season who has multiple focus episodes about him doing or saying something a bit chauvinistic or just plain insensitive. But by the end of said episodes, he's learned the error of his ways and has become a better friend and ranger for it. And even though he does remain a bit of a womanizer through the whole show, he knows how to take no for an answer! Actually, the only time I can think of PR ever making an error in any kind of similar way to Jake's characterization is that one episode of Operation Overdrive where Taizan was oddly attracted to Rose. So there's really no excuse for this crap. It's just a misogynistic characterization, plain and simple. And without a doubt, the worst thing in Megaforce, in my opinion. But don't worry, that doesn't mean I'm out of ammo just yet. No, we still have a lot of big things to hit on before we're done here. Troy is frustrating. Talking about him is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube while blindfolded and only being allowed to use your nose. His character is honestly just a big ball of what the fuck were they even trying to do here? There are so many things going on with this character and none of them are given the development they need. But even that is understating it, I think. Yeah, unlike all the other crap we've had to deal with from this series so far, which I could just put in part of a video, this is gonna have to be a whole one just to illustrate how truly awful all this stuff is. So let's get into it, shall we? So let's get the big one out of the way. The legendary battle dreams. They could have been an interesting subplot, but instead end up being one of the most mishandled things in this show. These sorry excuses for foreshadowing are probably in the top 3 most bitched about things in Megaforce, and for good reason. There is no explanation for them by the end of the show. We get episodes and episodes of build-up with them happening to Troy, and then at the end of the show, when the Legendary Rangers show up to fight with the Megaforce team, all he says is, "Wow, this is just like my dreams," leaving me to ask, what the actual hell, show? And what's worse is at times it seems like the show wants to do something with them, but then backs out of it. Like in the episode Prince Takes Night, where Troy tells the other Rangers about the dreams, but none of them go to Gosei about it, when he might be able to tell them what's going on, or at least help figure it out in some way. Oh, and also of note in this episode, Troy says the dreams are too fuzzy to really tell what's going on, but that's completely negated by the fact that we've seen these dreams, and they've been in completely crystal clear HD the whole time. And this level of bullshit doesn't stop there with Troy. There are plenty of other bizarre things with him that never get explained. Like in Vrock is Back Part 2, where while battling a reprogrammed Robo Knight, Troy goes Super Saiyan to snap him out of it and make him remember he's a hero, and we never get an explanation for why he was able to do that. It's just a bizarre moment that kinda happens just because it happened in Gosei. The other Rangers don't even really react to it. And this is all just extra shit that's part of the main plot. We haven't even begun to cover Troy himself yet. So let's do that. Troy is a weird combination of 3 characters, those being Jason, Alada, and Marvelous. More than any other character in Megaforce, he tries so hard to be both his Sentai counterparts and a new character for this series, and fails to be any of them. For example, he sometimes practices karate like Jason used to back in MMPR. Okay, but does that say anything about his character? Do the moves we see him practicing match either of the fighting styles of his Sentai counterparts? If you guessed no, and hell no, you would be right. And there lies the real problem with Troy. There are so many little things about him that could be interesting, but they never get to be due to the show's need to squeeze in all the Sentai footage. Being worried about whether he'll be accepted as the leader, having met great adversity in his past as Gosei puts it, having a strong belief in respecting all forms of life, somehow always being right in thinking that the fight isn't over and more villains are coming, and really wanting to find the missing member of their team. These are all great character traits that the show only ever brings up and doesn't really explore. And it's really head-scratching when you consider the fact that the show treats Troy like he's the main character. I asked James Bates about the character during a panel at Power Morphicon 5, and he explained that they actually had a large backstory planned out for Troy. That he came from a military family and they wanted the first scene of the show to be his dad dropping him in Howard County with his uncle and basically saying, "You're on your own now." But they were never able to get the approval to do it. At one point they were going to have his dad show up, but then it got changed to his uncle, and then to his cousin, and then his brother. And then the show was almost over, so they just dropped the idea altogether. Which is a damn shame, because it really would have gone a long way to explaining things like a really jarring moment in Spirit of the Tiger, where after having lost a battle to a monster that can magnetically steal their weapons, some of the other Rangers start looking into other ways of fighting it, and he shoots them down the moment he finds out, insisting that...
Stop it. I told you, a Ranger never lets go of his weapon. Next time, we just won't let go. That's all there is to it.
It's a really bizarre subplot actually, where at the end of the episode, Troy admits that he needs to listen to his team more. Which I guess was them trying to fit that character arc in somewhere, but it's so late in the game that it comes right out of left field and feels like he's acting out of character, with him acting like not letting go of weapons is his hill to die on, and he's never been this firm on something before in the series, and never does it again. It really brings down what is otherwise the best episode of Megaforce in my opinion. But that brings me to another weird thing about Troy. His really inconsistent behavior. And I'm not just talking about the him becoming a hard ass for half an episode thing. No, I'm talking about the actual portrayal of Troy by his actor, Andrew Gray. Gray's acting is honestly some of the most wooden in the series, and it makes Troy seem like a robot with only 3 modes of emotion. Those being, booming no-nonsense leader, amazed at every little thing about the world, and totally bored with everything around him. And it becomes all the more glaring in the scenes he shares with Robo Knight and Tensu. Those characters are actually meant to be robots, and yet they come off as being more lifelike and human than Troy. And it becomes even more jarring when you find out that Robo Knight's voice actor was the show's 2nd unit assistant director, and to date, Robo Knight is his only acting role. I mean, how does that happen? How is a member of the crew a better actor than someone whose main career is acting? Well, actually, there's a pretty simple reason for it. The directing. During an interview Ciara Hana gave at a convention not too long after the next series, Dino Charge, started airing, she was asked what she thought of the new show and its team of Rangers. And her reaction was to say that she loved it and thought it looked like they were letting the cast have a lot more fun and experiment around more than hers ever got to. Which pretty much confirmed all my suspicions on some of the less than stellar acting in Megaforce. You see, almost the entire directing staff was changed when Chip Lynn took back over as executive producer for Dino Charge. And while the show was airing, I followed the cast on social media, and Andrew Gray always came off as a much more charismatic and fun guy on there, which made his bland performance as Troy seem all the more bizarre by comparison. So was he just miscast for this role? Maybe, but you have to remember, Power Rangers more often than not casts new actors for its roles, mainly because they don't want to have to deal with union talent and the restrictions that come with them. But that's a can of worms to be opened in another video. The point is, Andrew Gray had only been in 2 things before Megaforce happened, and in one of them he was just an extra. So I think it's safe to assume that as someone new to the world of TV production and the main character of the show, he would probably be leaning heavily on his directors for guidance. And most of these directors don't really have the background to support doing that, and probably weren't brought back for Dino Charge because of it. But it is still a big issue with the show, and one I can't let go of. Which, as I've said, is a damn shame. There are elements of a great character here, but they're sadly never given the fleshing out they need to actually become great. And there was plenty of room to do it too. But no, we had to give as much screen time as possible to the real stars of the show. So now that we've gone over all the main characters set up in the pilot, you'd think now would logically be a good time to move on to the villains, right? Well, for those of you new to Power Rangers, and really, if you've watched this far into these videos, how could you be? We've still got to go over the 6th Ranger slot, as that isn't normally filled till about a third of the way for the series. Though, Megaforce is actually a bit of an abnormal case for PR, since it has not 1, but 2 6th Ranger characters. And no, I don't care that Robo Knight is considered to be an extra hero by half the fandom. He's called a 6th Ranger multiple times by Gosei and the Rangers, plus he's part of Orion's Gold mode, so he counts. Not to mention all the character focus Robo Knight gets. No, seriously, the back half of Season 1 is basically just the Robo Knight show featuring the Power Rangers. And in that small way, I guess this show did somewhat succeed in recapturing the spirit of MMPR. And with all that combined screen time, we've got a lot of ground to cover with these two, so let's waste no time and jump right into analyzing them. I'm going to start with Robo Knight, since, well, I've already brought him up a lot in these videos, and he did show up first in the series. Robo Knight is the best character in Megaforce. I'm not joking. Sure, there are confusing things about him, and the robot who learns to be more human character type is a bit cliche, but it still works here, and something about the inflections his voice actor uses make him come off as pretty charming. Really, all the things that don't work about him come from other characters. Mainly Gosei and his lack of explanation for why Robo Knight appeared when he did. All we really get is that he was created centuries ago to protect the Earth from environmental threats and has been lying dormant for almost as long, and the appearance of the mutants caused him to wake up. That is, unless you count the Christmas special as canon, because in that Robo Knight specifically says Gosei woke him up to help the Rangers. Because I guess Gosei just happened to feel like handing out more stuff on the same day Vrak allied himself with the mutants. Speaking of stuff Gosei hands out, why does Robo Knight have a morpher? It's not like he has a human form that he uses while he's not fighting mutants, and yeah, I know he uses it to change into his Zord form, but that's not morphing, it's transforming. He shouldn't need a morpher to do that. Hell, he doesn't even need to turn into a Zord to fight giant monsters, since we see in Ultra Power that he can just grow giant on his own. So what was even the point? And while we're on the subject of this thing, why is it a cell phone? Robo Knight was created centuries ago, so unless Gosei is omnipotent, I highly doubt he'd know that far ahead of time that cell phones were going to be a thing. Also, after Robo Knight shows up, he basically ignores the other Rangers both during and after battle. Gosei subsequently tells them that they'll have to earn Robo Knight's trust and teach him what it's like to fight on a team, but I gotta say, that's bullcrap. Robo Knight is a robot. It's in his name. You should just be able to reprogram him with an updated mission directive that tells him to work with the Rangers to fight Rock and his allies. But no, we have to spend half the damn season on this subplot of Robo Knight learning about the humans and their strange ways, only for him to be gone next season. Cause that's a good use of the show's runtime. And doing that actually could have fixed and enhanced a few parts of the series, since there's a slight character inconsistency with Robo Knight not understanding human slang and Noah thinking he's weird because of it. Even though early on, not understanding slang words was Noah's thing because the writers were really trying to hammer in the fact that he's a nerd. And what about the last arc of Season 1, where Vrak turns to using robots and his new second-in-command, Miscellaneous, spends several episodes trying to convince Robo Knight to join them? The writers try to make it seem like Robo Knight is a little tempted early on, but that doesn't work due to the fact that Robo Knight already resolved to work with the other Rangers to fight Vrak in the last arc. But if Robo Knight had simply been reprogrammed by Gosei and the Rangers, Miscellaneous, as part of her scheme to get him to work with her, could have revealed this to him. It would have made him seeming tempted more relevant because it would give him reason to not trust the Rangers and think they don't actually have his best interests at heart. But as always in this series, any actual interesting character conflict is completely avoided. Hell, making anything seem interesting and like there's some uncertainty to it is avoided when it comes to Robo Knight. Since at the end of Season 1 when he disappears, which could have been a convincing moment of the other Rangers just losing track of him during the invasion, is simply just the other Rangers running back to where they left Robo Knight after beating the Messenger and Miscellaneous to find he's gone. And that's it. Oh sure, we get 2 token scenes of Troy wondering where Robo Knight is in the first 2 scenes of Season 2, but the fact that none of the other Rangers bring it up and we never see Troy looking for him again until the episode where he comes back makes me feel like the other Rangers just forgot about him during Season 2. Which actually makes sense given how they react to Orion's appearance. Because when he first shows up, the other Rangers keep missing him by seconds and spend half the episode wondering who's fighting the Armada, asking questions like, who besides us has the power to go toe-to-toe with the Armada? When not only is Robo Knight still missing, but they just spent 2 episodes meeting past Rangers. And don't tell me that it can't be either of them because they don't have their powers now that the Megaforce Rangers are using Legendary Ranger mode. This isn't Gokaiger. We don't have the built-in explanation of everyone losing their powers after the Legend War and them reappearing as the Ranger Keys. As far as we know in this series, the Ranger Keys are just a way of drawing upon the old powers, so it's entirely possible that the past Rangers can still morph. And even if they can't, the past Rangers they met were Jaden, a samurai trained in sword combat who we've already seen use those skills on Morphed before, and Casey, a martial arts master who we've also seen fight that way on Morphed before, so it's entirely possible that either of them could be fighting the Armada on their own, or with their old teammates. Come to think of it, why didn't the show ever do something like that with a past Ranger team? But wasn't this supposed to be the most expensive season ever?
What do you want? This is what I want. I want all that money back. That's what I want. I want you to give me that money. It's my money. I want my...
Okay, fine, jeez. So, Orion. Orion is probably up there with Troy and Gosei as far as most frustrating characters in Megaforce go. Now don't get me wrong, I don't hate Orion. He actually gets off to a great start with a really cool backstory that's pretty obviously inspired by the main 5 Gokaigers, since he's an alien from a world that was destroyed by the Armada and pretty much trained himself to be a warrior with the sole purpose of avenging his people. And I have to give credit where credit is due. His actor, Cameron Jabo, is probably the best in the whole cast. He just knocks it out of the park with those flashback scenes. However, those flashbacks are about the only thing I really like about Orion, since the rest of his characterization is really all over the place. Even before he's properly introduced, things are off, with the show keeping his face in shadow and acting like whoever the Silver Ranger is a big reveal, even though Orion is a character who had never appeared in the series until that episode. I mean, I would have been fine with them doing that if it was one of the one-off characters from Season 1 like Jordan or even a past Ranger, but as it is, it just feels really weird. It's not even like they can use the old "that's how it was in the Sentai" excuse. We spent half an episode with Guy trying to introduce himself to the other Gokaigers before his first transformation even happened, and some of the dialogue they give him before the reveal is really weird too.
I won't let this planet lose its protectors too!
Yeah, what exactly is that supposed to mean? We never hear about any protectors of Andrasia, that's the name of Orion's home planet, or see any getting defeated in his flashbacks, so this line doesn't make any sense after we find out he's from there and on a planet already established as having its own team of Rangers in the PRU. Seriously, it feels like they wanted him to be from Aquitar or Miranoi or even KO-35, but changed their minds at the last minute and forgot to take that line out. What's even weirder is the explanation for Orion's powers. Supposedly, he found his morpher encased in crystal one day while digging in the quarry he worked in, and apparently it belongs to Gosei because when he first meets Orion, he says he thought it was lost along with Orion's planet. So, why didn't Gosei tell the Rangers about this? It's not like having another Ranger around sooner wouldn't have helped a lot. And for that matter, what the hell was the Morpher doing on Andrasia? And why was it encased in crystal? Did Gosei lose it while fighting some villain on Andrasia centuries ago? Or was it just one of Zordon's thousands of backup plans? And why does whatever happens work as a morph call for the thing? All the other times he just says Super Mega Mode like all the other Rangers, so you'd think that's the actual assigned morph call for the thing, but I guess it just doesn't matter with this particular morpher, and you can say anything when you morph. In fact, that's my new headcanon. Anyone who cosplays Orion from now on should just say whatever they feel like when doing the morph. And then there's the matter of how his Megazord was handled. Because for some stupid reason, they decided to keep the Sentai explanation of it being sent from the future by the Time Rangers. Only they made it completely idiotic by saying that this sword is the Q-Rex. Yes, the same Q-Rex that belonged to the Quantum Ranger from Time Force. Even though it looks nothing like that Q-Rex, and we don't even get a cameo from the Quantum Ranger to pass the torch. Orion just says it's the Q-Rex and we're supposed to take it at face value. Which is bizarre considering this thing doesn't even look that much like the Q-Rex besides the fact that it's also modeled after a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The thing honestly looks more like a mix of the MMPR Dragonzord and Dino Thunder Tyrannozord to me. But enough about toys, let's get back to Orion's character because it's just as hard to figure out. You see, he starts off as a tortured soul hungry for vengeance. But they drop that right away in favor of making him another endearingly naive character that needs to learn more about humanity like Robo Knight. Seriously, as soon as they cut his hair and make him dress like a 90s boy band member, they almost completely forget about everything that made him interesting in the first place. Which is a real shame, because there was a great opportunity here to have the other Rangers really step up and teach Orion that he'd do a better job honoring the memory of his world if he fought to bring the Armada to justice and not just get mindless vengeance. But no cute clothing montage and a risky business homage, then on to more Sentai footage! We have to show Orion getting his gold mode so we can sell that toy! Even though there was no actual toy for the gold mode in the Super Megaforce line, and Orion being able to fuse keys together to make custom power sets is never given a proper explanation. Nice effort there, Saban and Bandai. And to make it even worse, they put a scene at the beginning of the penultimate episode where Orion is getting ready to leave Earth, where he says goodbye to each of the Rangers and talks about something he learned from each of them. Except we never actually see him learning any of those things in the show. I mean, what the hell, did the writers have a collective stroke or something? But what's insane is that we haven't even gotten to the worst part yet. Yeah, I've actually been tiptoeing around something incredibly stupid about these two this whole video. During the two-parter Vrock is Back, Robo Knight and Orion are both captured by Vrock, and he uses Orion's alien life force to turn Robo Knight evil and power the giant drills he's planning to use to destroy the Earth. And after Robo Knight is turned good again thanks to Troy going Super Saiyan, see part 6 for bitching about that, he goes back to Vrock's base to destroy it and save Orion, giving him the last of his life energy to keep him alive, but also ending his own life in the process. Which actually is a pretty good end to Robo Knight's character. I mean, it isn't optimal, but for a character who had started out ignoring anything that didn't have to do with protecting Earth's environment, sacrificing himself for another Ranger who isn't even from Earth is a pretty good way to show how far he had come. Except for the fact that the writers shot themselves in the foot and showed Robo Knight in the legendary Battle Dreams, so they had to have his suit show up in said scene. But instead of doing the smart thing and just having Orion go legendary to honor Robo Knight in that last battle, they just have Robo Knight show up. Back from the dead! No one even questions it. All we get is Troy saying, "Good to see you, old friend," in the middle of the battle, and that's it. I mean, I've given this series a lot of shit, but bringing a character back from the dead with absolutely no explanation is stupid even by its standards. And the stupidity and confusion doesn't end there, cause next time we're going to be talking about the most insanely complicated set of villains in the franchise. Of all the elements at play in this show, none are more glaringly and negatively affected by the use of two different Sentais for footage than the villains in this series. Cause you see, at times the show will act like all the different factions we see are connected somehow, and at others it treats them like they're all their own things, and what we wound up with as a result was a jumbled and tangled mess of a plot. And I'm not kidding with that either. Just as you can chalk up half of the problems with the Rangers themselves to how Gosei was handled, you can blame half of the problems with this whole damn show on the villains. And many of the problems with the villains are actually pretty simple compared to those with the Rangers. Ideas for relationships between characters are brought up but then never expounded on. Things from the Sentai are routinely brought over but then never given the context they need to work, and much needed character backstories are rarely given. And yet their problems were actually less enormous and more consistent than the Rangers. I have less notes about the whole of the villains than I do any one Ranger. which I guess is something to kind of be thankful for. But there's still a lot to be said about all these guys and gals, which makes them worthy of their own part in this continuous rant of a video series. So, let's get into it. So let's start off with something seemingly small that this season unnecessarily made a big issue with its villains. Their name. You see, there's a reason I never said it in my Mega Mission breakdown. The show itself doesn't give the name of the group of villains we see in that episode, the War Stars, until after every one of them besides Rock has been defeated. The only reason anyone watching during Season 1 knew their name was because it was in the press release synopsis. And wow, has a Power Rangers series or any Toku ever done that before? Because I'm hard-pressed to think of one. It's not like it would have been really hard to work it into the dialogue somewhere in the first episode. And the way we hear it in the show makes no sense either, because it's spoken by one of the Rangers themselves when they go to tell Robo Knight about Malcor's defeat. They had no reason to know he was the War Star Admiral. They'd never seen Malcor before that episode, and in that entire episode, neither him or Rock said War Star. Not once! I double-checked! It's like the writers were making that episode and realized they had never given the villains a name before, so they just threw in the name from Gosei at the last minute. And it's not like it matters, since in the next season they never used that name, instead opting for the much more generic The Armada as the villain name. So what was even the point anyway? Why not just call the War Stars the Scouts, since that's basically what they are, a small scout ship for the main Armada? I mean, it could have worked if they had given an in-show explanation for why the War Stars were called that, but they didn't, now did they? And that is just the tip of the iceberg with the War Stars, since, as I said, for more than half of Season 1, the show acted like they were their own thing. Malcor himself is actually the main source of this, since he and Creepox are constantly going on about the superiority of insects and how they'll teach the humans who's more worthy of ruling the Earth. Even though no one in the Season 2 villain cast is an insectoid, and we never get an explanation as to where the superiority complex came from. And he mentions several times that he wants the Earth, but he never mentions that they're supposed to be capturing it for the Armada. Until in his last two appearances, where he mentions that they only have a little bit of time left until the others arrive. It's just bizarre and makes me think that they were planning to only adapt Gosei with Malcor as the main villain instead of Rock like it was in the Sentai, and then a mandate came down from Saban to also do a Gokaiger adaptation, but they didn't have time to fix all the early scripts. Which makes even more sense when you remember in the second episode, Malcor says they should try to discover the source of the Rangers' power so they can destroy it, and they never look for it. Not once. And since we're on the War Stars, I guess I better talk about Creepox. Creepox is a total nothing. He has a rivalry with Troy that doesn't get the screen time it needs to feel like an actual subplot, and he has a rivalry with Rock that comes out of nowhere and goes nowhere besides his destruction. And with those two things being the only real notable things about him, I again feel like this series was originally going to only adapt Gosei, and instead of giving Creepox something else to do or just taking him out of the series entirely, they just stripped as much of his character as they had to make him still fit, and what was left ended up being a confusing mess. Speaking of confusing, what the actual hell is up with the toxic mutants Rock allies himself with after Creepox is destroyed? It's implied that they were created from the pollution leaking out of the closed-down factory Emma and Noah find in the same episode they first appear, but the show never outright says that, so there isn't really a full explanation for why they exist. Which is weird, because PR already has a good one built in that calls back to a past season. You know, the thing this whole series is supposed to be doing in the first place! All they had to do was have Noah or Gosei pull up the legendary database and realize that these guys are precursors to the future mutants from Time Force, and BAM! There you go! Easy world building that calls back to a past season, and you don't even have to bring in an old character to do it. So why didn't they? But it doesn't stop there. The actual motivations the toxic mutants are given make no sense either. They say they hate humans for causing so much pollution and they want to make them pay. So naturally you'd think they hate pollution, right? Nope. They will often talk about how they love pollution and it makes them even more powerful, and their ultimate goal turns out to be covering the entire Earth in the mutated goo one of them is made out of. I mean, geez, people make Captain Planet jokes about these guys in Robo Knight, but even Captain Planet had better villains than this mess. And then there's the Aurora Box, the MacGuffin the toxic mutants use to execute their final plan, which is explained to be a royal heirloom belonging to Vrock's family, but its symbol is worn by all the toxic mutants before it even shows up. I mean, I get wanting to remind us that Vrock is a prince while the whole mutant arc is going on, but making a change from the Sentai like this is just stupid. Especially when the toxic mutants don't even react to it having the same symbol as the one they wear. Oh, but don't think the idiocy with Vrock's ally stops there. We still have one more to go over. Metal Alice. Metal Alice actually shares the same problem as Admiral Malkor. She's constantly going on about how stupid humans are compared to robots for having things like emotions and easily broken bodies made from flesh. Except half the time she herself shows emotions by getting mad when her schemes aren't working and acting like she has a thing for Vrock towards the end of the robot arc. And if I'm to be honest, I actually would have liked to see them go further with that. Maybe have her start doubting her own rhetoric and consider joining the Rangers like Robo Knight did, cause she doesn't quite agree with the programming Vrock gave her. But they never do, and she's just blown up at the end of her arc like any other villain in this series. And what's worse is that her plans aren't even that interesting. All she ever does is throw robots at the Rangers to test them, attack a train station, and turn Vrock into a cyborg for a few episodes. Which is also the only time any of Vrock's different forms get any kind of in-show explanation. Which brings me to Vrock himself, who again seems like he could have been a pretty cool villain, but they never work with any of the things they establish for him to make him into one. Vrock is set up as being a member of the Armada's royal family who wants to prove to his family that even though he doesn't have the right of firstborn, he should still be the next one in line to the throne because he's more capable than his brother. But they never really give Vrock a reason to be that way. He's just hungry for power because he is, and we're supposed to take that as reason enough. But even that doesn't work with him being a subordinate of Malkor, as what could have been a great bit of characterization of him thinking being sent as a scout to take out the Power Rangers and weaken the Earth for the rest of the Armada is beneath him, and he should be the one to lead the invasion, is completely ignored in favor of sticking to the Sentai's plot. Which is another problem I have with Vrock. So many of his Monster of the Week plots feel ripped right out of the Sentai, but without the themes of the Sentai, they just feel kinda awkward. There's a whole episode with a monster that steals people's dreams, which causes them to pass out and grow roots that pollute the Earth. As if this is a thing humans were just naturally capable of. I know PR can be pretty outlandish with its plots sometimes, but this just doesn't fit in my opinion. And Vrock's connections to his royal family don't even feel that well handled. I've already talked about the Aurora Box, but it goes beyond that, with things like Vrock never having heard of Bizarra, another royal serving on the same ship as him, and the Zombats, or Zombolts depending on what episode you're watching, being explained as special advanced technology only royals have access to. But then we never see his brother Vicar or father Mavro using them because Gokaiger has a completely different method of growing monsters. And then there's the fact that Vrock never interacts with Vicar or Mavro in the entirety of Megaforce. Vrock just spends most of Season 2 off-screen in his underwater lab. And it's not like they did that to save money. We see in several episodes that they built sets to shoot original footage in both Vrock's lab and the Armada flagship. And even if they didn't want to have one of them show up at the other's base, they still could have had Vrock talk to Vicar or Mavro via communicator or meet up somewhere on Earth. I mean, come on, the Zordon era had so much interaction between all its villains, and that's the era you've been trying to recapture the spirit of with this series. Ugh, let's talk about something else. Oh, I know! Let's talk about the car! The car is just as frustrating to me as Brock is, but for different yet similar reasons. First off, Vakar is a total bait-and-switch character in the worst way. When he first shows up, he seems like a very intimidating general with a somewhat subdued voice and attitude, and he seems really confident that the Armada is going to achieve victory in no time. But then, 2 episodes later, his voice changes and he turns into a complete imbecile who everyone is too afraid to challenge because of his royal status, because that's what he was in Gokaiger. He's even given the same motivations as the Sentai of him feeling like he has to prove himself to his father because his father thinks he's a fool who could wind up botching the entire invasion, and even sent Damaris along to keep him in check. Only that doesn't work here because they already gave Rock the character trait of needing to prove himself to his family, and established that Vakar was going to get the throne no matter what due to his birthright. It's especially irritating because they could have used the imbecile characteristics to enhance Brock's motivations of thinking he should be next in line, but instead did the least creative thing possible with it because footage. And then there's Emperor Mavro, who does not work in this show. At all. He's basically just a copy-paste job from the Sentai, with him being a looming threat that's mentioned in passing by the other villains all season long, and then showing up after his son's deaths to avenge them. Even though he only puts up a picture to honor Vakar and not also Vrock, and being a very bland villain who just serves as a representation of evil in its purest form. But as I said, that doesn't work here. What comes off as an inspired choice in Gokaiger just feels like a retread of Master Xandrid from Samurai here. Except that's an insult to Master Xandrid, since at least he somewhat had a personality, what with his temper and constant headaches. Mavro just seems bored most of the time. Even when he's actually fighting the Rangers hand to hand, he just boasts about how he could easily beat them while still sitting down and doesn't even really fight back. And then there's all the little annoying things about the Season 2 villains. Like the aforementioned fact that none of them are insectoids, and the fact that we never get an explanation as to why they use foot soldiers called X-Borgs instead of the Loogies, when they could have just easily put in an explanation saying the Loogies were wearing armor now. And then there's the fact that the other foot soldiers, the Bruisers and Royal Guardsmen, are sometimes treated the same as X-Borgs, and others given speaking roles in episodes. Which is so damn irritating, especially when you remember that Gokaiger implied that they were the same as the Action Commanders and just not high-ranking enough to be Monsters of the Week, which made them having speaking roles in some episodes make sense. And why does everyone in this show, including the main villains, call the Monsters of the Week monsters? It makes no sense when you establish that they're aliens and sometimes mutants or robots. Hell, even the Rangers themselves realize that the first robot Metal Alice sent after them is a robot and not a monster and start calling it after that, so why the fuck couldn't the rest of the characters do that? How did Vrock get rid of his cybernetic implants so that he could be back to normal and Vrock is back? And whatever happened to that one gold-looking guy that came with Mavro? And why did they suddenly want to destroy the Earth instead of just conquer it halfway through Season 2? And where the fuck did Tresnag and Drillhorn come from? And why do Vrock and Mavro keep yelling power is destiny?
I've got such a headache!
If you're into Power Rangers fandom at all, or have any kind of prior experience with Megaforce, you probably know there are certain things I've been avoiding with this show. We've already touched on this a little in past parts while discussing some of the more lazy things about Megaforce and its adapting of Gosei and Gokaiger, but now it's time to take the kid gloves off and really delve into some of the most talked about bullshit in this season. Because for a season that claims to be the most expensive ever and the 20th anniversary of the franchise, it sure doesn't act like it. Let's start with something small but nevertheless annoying about this series, the episode opening narrations. If you haven't noticed by now, Saban made a few small changes to the show when they bought it back from Disney. The Mickey Mouse Club style roll calls during the opening, which thankfully went away after this series, the post-battle victory statements, the team mantras, and the opening narrations. And most of those are fine in my opinion. Yeah, I bashed on the roll calls during the Mega Mission breakdown, but the victory statements and team mantras help establish branding and help the show stick around in the viewer's head like a jingle about a product in a commercial. The same goes for the narrations. They've been used a couple times in PR before and really help to suck a new viewer in and bring them up to speed on what the series is about. However, these ones completely fail to do either of those things. First off, the Season 1 narration is very awkward in how it rapidly shifts tone to describe the threat of the war stars, and honestly comes off like a political campaign ad trying to get support for the Rangers. Which is just surreal given that these are supposed to be our heroes. Another odd thing about it is that it builds into Gosei not interacting with the Rangers that much, since it just says that he awoke and created a new team of heroes, not even bringing up the fact that he's still supposed to be teaching them things as we go along. I mean, yeah, he doesn't in the actual show, but it still annoys me that they weren't even trying to make it seem like he does here. And then the Season 2 narration is even weirder in how it blatantly lies to the viewer, saying that an alien armada has arrived and invaded our planet with a ferocity never seen before. Guys? You have seen Countdown to Destruction, right? Also, the Armada hasn't really invaded, since all they did was attack and then immediately get beaten back to their ships by the Rangers. And then it gets even more stupid with it saying, the Power Rangers must master the abilities of the Legendary Rangers. Yeah, not only do I find it really weird how that seemingly implies that the Legendary Rangers and Power Rangers are two wholly different things when they aren't, but the Power Rangers never actually have to master the Legendary powers. It's just another mode they can use in the second season. Yeah, more on that later. And then there's just bizarre little things about this show, like how the Rangers never shut up during a fight. It's constant talking during all the battles, like they're afraid the kids will stop paying attention if nothing is being said. Newsflash, guys, if you have interestingly choreographed fights, which this show actually does for the most part, you don't need anything else to hold our attention. Speaking of fights, this series will go to ridiculous lengths to burn through as much Sentai footage as possible, which I wouldn't mind, except they don't even try to make it feel natural half the time. It's just, there is a monster, let us morph and fight it because the script says so. And even with that, they still feel the need to have moments where the last 5 seconds of a segment that play before you go to an ad break will play again right after you come back from the ad break. I've seen a lot of people trying to defend this, saying that it was probably something Nickelodeon did to make sure people didn't miss part of the show by it getting cut off by an ad, but that doesn't work for a whole multitude of reasons. First, why would Nick do that when they put little ad break bumpers on both sides of the breaks during the original airings of the show? Second, sometimes when they come back, it's clearly a different take they're using. How would Nick have access to that audio? They don't make PR themselves, so it's not like that audio would just be lying around the office somewhere. And third, why wouldn't they fix this for the DVD and streaming service releases? Speaking from experience, it's even more jarring when you're binging the show, so why wouldn't they at least try and fix it for Netflix? And then there's the one-off characters in this show. I know Power Rangers hasn't exactly had the best history with one-off characters, but wow, do these ones suck. First off, we have a lady who, when saved by a fully morphed Noah, asks the question, are you some kind of superhero? In the frickin' 20th anniversary series, which should have everyone already be aware that Power Rangers are a thing. Then we spend a whole episode with a character pretending to be a ranger to get attention, which is actually a pretty okay story idea to try and teach kids the just be yourself message. But man, is this guy's acting awkward. Half the time it feels like he's fighting Andrew Gray to see who can give the most unnatural delivery. Not to mention the fact that they once again pass up a golden opportunity to use weird Sentai footage to their advantage by having him become Gosei Green for half the episode. And then we get two bizarre Bulk and Skull knockoffs for half an episode who are somehow more unrealistic bullies than Bulk and Skull were. Which is an even more glaring issue when you remember that this show came out at a time when cyberbullying was a major talking point for a lot of people. The show could not seem more out of touch if it tried when it comes to these two, in all honesty. But it does get even worse somehow when during an episode with a War Star Monster of the Week that makes music so bad it actually gives people severe headaches on the spot, Vrock tries to broadcast the music all around the Earth and we're treated to a montage of the most stereotypical representations of different cultures imaginable being affected by it. Which brings me to a whole other problem with the civilians in this series, the way they dress. Now, I am no fashion expert, but I'm pretty sure the bizarre way they dress most of the extras up in this show is not how people actually dress. In fact, I'm almost certain of it because I always see people dress much more casually than this every time I go out somewhere. And I know most of you are probably groaning and thinking this is only a minor issue, but it makes the show feel so much more awkward when I'm constantly noticing people who dress like they just walked out of the stock photo you get when you buy a picture frame, when in every other installment of this franchise, even Samurai, people have dressed much more normally for the time the season takes place in. Even SPD, a season that takes place in the future where they could have gotten away with some ridiculous outfits, got this right. Now, admittedly they do try and do some neat things with the civilians later on, with them having some kind of resistance to the Armada towards the start of Season 2, but they never go anywhere with it, and the high school and mall bounce back so fast from the invasion that it comes off as them just hitting the reset button. And then there's the way the Rangers act around them. Not only do they morph in public several times throughout the series when they're supposed to have secret identities, but on 3 different occasions during Season 1, the Rangers call each other by their real names while morphed and standing right in front of a civilian. How are they that stupid? Oh, I'm not talking about the Rangers, I'm talking about the writers of this show, because multiple times in the first season, they have the Rangers do things to try and hide their morphers and morphing. So it's like half the time the writers actually cared about this shit, and the other half they were too busy trying to figure out more ways to squeeze in Sentai footage. And while I'm on the Rangers again, let me just ask, what the fuck is their deal? Half the time they act like total dicks to each other, what with Emma forcing Jake into going to the butterfly snatchery with her, which I brought up in her breakdown. All of them ganging up on Noah for not finding a couple of street comics funny in Last Laugh. Jake walking out of a team meeting because Gia couldn't make it in Robo Night. And then all of them trying to pressure him and Gia into getting together at the end of Love is in the Air. Yeah, that happened. But then in other episodes, like Rico the Robot, they'll act like the best of friends in the same way the original 5 would in MMPR. It's really bizarre and once again makes me think there was supposed to be more going on here, but Saban wanting to try and recapture the spirit of MMPR got in the way. And speaking of Rico the Robot, whatever happened to Rico after Emma left him floating up there in suborbit? Wouldn't he have gotten shot down by the Armada or something? I've always wondered about that. But then there's all the bizarre and just plain bad continuity in this show. Like the Ultra Mode, the Rangers get towards the middle of Season 1 by earning the trust of the Wild Sword, a living weapon with tons of destructive power Vrock wants to use to help the War Stars take over the Earth. Only after the Rangers connect with the Wild Sword, we never see it act on its own again, and it's solely used by them as a tool like any of the other ones in their arsenal. Which makes no sense. If you aren't going to have it act as another character, why even give it the whole "it's a living weapon that will only work for a being with pure intentions" thing? Just make it some long-lost weapon Vrock finds and starts using and have the plot revolve around the Rangers trying to get it from him. Don't even talk about Ultra Mode until the Rangers have the sword and make it some big discovery. And what's even worse with this thing is that it's almost completely superfluous, since not only do the Rangers barely use it during Season 2, but they never use it once while they fight Malcor. You know, the big bad of Season 1. And yeah, it may not be in the Sentai footage since Ultra Mode was introduced after the War Stars were destroyed there, but they still could have shot original footage of it. Even if it was just 10 seconds of them running at Malcor and then getting slapped away so hard it knocks them back down to regular Megaforce mode, it still would have been better than them not even bringing it up as an option. And even with all that, I haven't even started to get into some of the lengths this show will go to be completely lazy and just fuck things up. Cause you know all those little details you only notice in something when they're gone? This show doesn't have any of them. First off, why are the Gosei names on the cards? This isn't the 90s anymore, guys. You can't get away with having things like Tenso Sentai Gosei written right there on the cards the Rangers are using to morph. Photoshop is a thing now, and even if you don't want to waste the paper on printing out a whole new set of cards, you can still fix it in post. It's just insane that a small detail like this that I could fix in an afternoon wasn't fixed in an actual cable TV show. Especially when the series immediately following this one, Dino Charge, did change all the names on the Dino Chargers. I mean, yeah, they forgot to a couple times, but they always fixed it by the time the episode hit Netflix, so I'm willing to give them a bit of a pass there. But when this show doesn't change the actual names on the cards in the original footage and also changes the spoken names they use for them after their first use almost every time, it's just too glaring of an issue for me to ignore. And speaking of shit they could have easily changed in post, why the fuck didn't they change the spot Orion launches off from the Earth from in The Perfect Storm from Japan to America? It's an easy fix that they ignored and now leads the viewer to assume that the whole series takes place in Japan when everyone speaks perfect English and acts like they're in some weird idealized version of America. Why not keep cutting out things like that when they've gone out of their way to remove things like Alada's wings showing up in bits of footage, or covering certain Sentai-only characters with things like buildings and barrels? And that's not even the half of it. In Rising Spirits, the Rangers say they're going to summon the Gosei Megazord, but instead only summon the Gosei Great Megazord. And in one Season 2 episode, they straight up dubbed a civilian character from Gokaiger, but only used that character in one scene. Why the hell would you waste money on hiring that dub actress when you could have put that money into things like taking the Japanese names off the cards? And then there's the episode titles this season, and oh dear lord are they dumb and unfitting. Seriously, half the titles in this show are either reuses of old episode titles, except it's missing one letter so it's okay in their minds, or just generic shit that doesn't mean anything about the actual content of the episode, like United as One, an episode where, for the most part, Orion and Emma deal with the monster while the others stay behind to repair a broken Megazord. Because that really shows the Rangers putting up a united front against the Armada. But all of that is really nothing compared to one of the most basic questions about these characters that the show never addresses. Where are their parents? I'm not kidding. We never hear anything about any of these Rangers having parents outside of Orion saying that his died along with the rest of Andrasia. Which is just mind-bogglingly stupid when you remember that there are episodes where characters like Emma and Noah spend the entire night at the school or out training in the mystical bamboo forests of Howard County without even calling their parents to let them know where they are. Not to mention the fact that a freaking alien invasion is going on at times in this series, and we never once hear any of the Rangers say they're worried about their families or see them looking for them during a battle. I know these high schoolers are all played by 20-somethings, but you could at least have them act like they're kids if you're going to say they are. But then there are all the insanely tiny things they'll leave by the wayside in this show. Stuff so small and bizarre to have screwed up that it would slip right by me the first time I saw it. And then when others pointed it out to me, I had to watch it 3 times in a row just to be sure I wasn't losing it.
Let's take them both out!
First defenders, never surrender! Victory charge! Ultra Mega Strike!
This was not how it was supposed to win!
Yup. They actually put in the samurai theme over the Rangers destroying one of the big bads of their show. And I guess a lot of others didn't notice it, and the editors just thought they could get away with whatever at this point since they do it again when the Rangers defeat Vakar. And then 3 episodes later, when the Rangers go to see a rock show, they use stock footage of Mia and Antonio's performance from He Ain't Heavy Metal, He's My Brother. Wow, Megaforce. Just wow. But you know what? None of that can hold a candle to the biggest fuck-up of this show. The one that still leaves fans' heads spinning to this day. I am, of course, speaking about the lack of explanation for the Super Mega and Legendary Ranger modes. Yeah, the show never gives us any idea where this stuff comes from. All Gosei says to explain why they start using it in Season 2 is that it's finally time for them to tap into the infinite power that lines the walls of the Mega Cave. Yeah, Gosei? What the hell does that mean? They didn't do anything to prove they're ready for this stuff if you've just been holding it off for such an occasion. You're only breaking it out because there's a frickin' invasion going on. And if he was just holding these powers off for all this time, why? They're clearly more powerful and just all around better than regular Megaforce mode, with the Rangers constantly saying so during the fight scenes. Hell, it's even in the name of the mode, so why wouldn't you just give it to them straight away? At least Samurai had an explanation for that they needed to create a new morpher-like device for them to power up, which was established as being extremely hard to do, but here? You guys get the super mega powers now. They're super mega awesome. Ignore the fact that Jake's color is different and go save the world. Bye. And it's not like there wasn't an easy way they could have introed these powers already built in with the footage. There's a scene in Endgame where their Gosei morphers get fried and won't work for several minutes. Just have the Armada attack at that point, forcing both Frock and the Rangers to run for it, and then in Season 2 have the morphers be a new way of accessing the same powers, but say it's less effective, so the suits appear different and have less weaponry. That way you would also have an explanation for Legendary Ranger mode built in by saying they're drawing on the old powers as a way of compensating. I just came up with that off the top of my head while I was writing this video. So it's clearly not that hard to figure out. And need I remind you, they had 2 years to figure this stuff out while Samurai was happening! This would also have solved tons of other problems with Super Mega mode. Like how sometimes they have to morph into normal Megaforce mode before they can power up, and other times they just whip out their legendary morphers and morph straight into Super Mega mode. And they never explain how they can do that. It's like half the writers were told it was a power-up and the other half were told it was a whole new set of powers altogether. Except for the rare episode where they'll do both within a few scenes of each other. I have absolutely no theory as to what was happening there. Or what about the Zords? We never get an explanation as to where the legendary Zords came from, or for why they almost never use the old Season 1 Zords for that matter. So it makes more sense to explain Super Mega Mode this way, because then you could just say that the legendary Zords are reformatted Season 1 Zords, like MMPR did with the Thunder Zords. And to be fair, they do try to explain where the other legendary Zords come from outside of the main 5, but then even that doesn't work because it contradicts Noah and Gosei saying they're supposed to get a new legendary Zord with each power. So why then do they get Zords for some seasons and not others? Hell, why did they have to go to the Animarium to get the Red Lion? And why did they have to go to Corinth to get the Turbo Falcon? If you want to adapt the Sentai plot, you need to do that, not give an explanation that makes it impossible for you to logically do that, and then do it anyway. Oh, but that isn't the only case of them doing stupid shit to squeeze in more footage of these Zords. Cause at the end of the second episode of Season 2, Earth Fights Back, the Rangers decide to take the fight to them after having defeated the Monster of the Week and destroy the entire Armada fleet with the exception of the flagship. So, what exactly was the point of having the invasion be in your show then? Why would you waste so much valuable storytelling time on that idea if you were just going to destroy all the ships right away and put us back at the same threat level we were in during Season 1? Yes, all the ships are back in the footage next episode, but that only makes it worse. The writers basically hit the reset button, then decided they actually wanted to try something new, so they had reinforcements come in off-screen! And before any of you try to leave a comment saying this scene is just as bizarre in Gokaiger, it isn't. In Gokaiger, the whole reason that scene existed was to necessitate the invasion plot-wise, because the Zangyak hadn't started the second invasion yet, but the Gokaigers plowing through a huge chunk of their fleet clearly was what caused them to attack later in the episode. Them using the scene the way they did just makes me even more baffled as to why they kept it in the first place, besides needing to have more footage in there no matter how little sense it made. Which is still complete bullcrap, because your entire job as a writer on a show like Power Rangers is to make the footage make sense with the story you're telling, and vice versa. Which brings me to the way the so-called anniversary elements were handled in this series, or should I say, barely even paid attention to. First of all, as I brought up earlier, there is no proper explanation for how Legendary Ranger Mode works. The most we get is being told that it's always been there. But then that just makes me wonder about all the past Rangers. Can they not use their powers while the Megaforce Rangers are using them? I mean, it would make sense given that Casey and Jaden never actually joined them in a battle in their episodes, but then why do all the past Rangers have their powers back in Legendary Battle? What about all the power sets that were destroyed or locked away at the end of their series? How the hell do the Megaforce Rangers have access to those? I mean, I would be fine with it if they said they were using backup copies Zordon made or something, but we never get anything close to that said in the actual show. The only indication we ever get as to what's up with any of the past Rangers in this show is when Jaden tells Troy he knows who he is and says that, quote, "We've been watching you." But then who's the we he is referring to? Is he talking about himself and Mentor G? Maybe all the other Samurai Rangers? Or are literally all the past Rangers ever just standing by and watching this invasion happen with big bowls of popcorn? 'Cause if that's the case, the Earth is in danger! Get your asses in gear! As an aside, there is one little thing I do like about Legendary Ranger Mode, the use of the old morph calls. It's a nice touch that not even Gokaiger had, and it helps build into the established canon fact that the powers are activated by one specific key phrase. At least until Orion shows up and that goes straight to hell. And while I'm on the subject of Legendary Ranger Mode, I kind of feel that I have to ask, why didn't they use the old theme songs during the tribute morphs? I know that until Samurai, ownership of Power Rangers had changed hands a number of times, but I really doubt that Saban doesn't still have ownership of the theme songs, since in both the Netflix and Shout Factory DVD releases, which were coming out during Megaforce, mind you, they still have the themes in place, which is a pretty clear indication that they still have the rights to use them. And even if this is some weird rights issue where they can't use them in new installments or just can't use the Disney-era themes anymore, they could still have had the series composer make new, updated instrumental versions of the themes. You know, like he had been doing with Go-Go Power Rangers for 4 years at this point, or like he did with the SPD theme for 5 seconds during a random fight in Blue Saber Saga. Yeah, go back and listen. It's there. But as annoying as that is, it's really not even the worst thing about Legendary Ranger Mode. Nope. That honor goes to the crowning achievement of stupid, lazy, super mega bullshit in this show, new powers. To this day, I am still shocked that this show had the gall to do this. On multiple occasions throughout the series, the Rangers morph into pre-Jew Ranger teams from Super Sentai, effectively bringing them into PR as canon suits and powers for no damn reason other than the morphs were in the footage. And you know what? I don't hate this on principle. They could have actually used it as a great way of world building for the PRU by saying that these were Ranger teams from Andrasia, or Aquitar like the Alien Rangers, or KO-35 like the In-Space Powers, or the future like Time Force and SPD, or hell, even another dimension like RPM. But instead of doing any of those perfectly fine things, all we are given is a throwaway line from Gosei saying that they're new powers never before seen on this planet. Writers? That's not an explanation! It's barely a concept! I mean, come the fuck on. If you want to leave this shit in, you have to have a reason for it. This is the 20th anniversary season. You hyped it up to the adult fandom on social media and at a fan convention. You know they'll be watching with high expectations. You can't use the standard excuse of, well, little kids in the audience don't care about that stuff here. And what's even worse is sometimes they do make an effort to cut these suits out, like at the start of Alliance when they cut out both a Turbo Ranger and a Jetman morph. Or like in a fight scene in Samurai Surprise where they put in original footage of Jake morphing into Zeo Ranger 4. Or like in Super Megaforce, yes, that's the actual title they gave the Season 2 premiere, where they do an all-red morph and Photoshop Overdrive Red over Megaforce Red because, well, it would be pretty stupid if one of them seemingly powered down. So they've shown that they can cut around this stuff, which only makes it even more frustrating when they do shit like cutting out morphs from the Sentai that would still work in PR for time when they already have footage that reasonably could have been cut due to Sentai-only teams being in the scene earlier in that episode. Or this moment from The Perfect Storm, where the Rangers morph into the Zeo suits and then use an attack the Zeo Rangers never used in PR. Or this entire scene from The Wrath, where in Gokaiger they were each doing a tribute morph to a Sentai team that hadn't gotten one yet, but here in Megaforce, they put Mighty Morphin Red over Vol Eagle, but didn't change any of the others. They even shot completely new footage of Mighty Morphin Red standing next to Sentai-only suits and fighting Levira. What the entire Unholy Fox show? This goes beyond stupid and lazy. It's plain disrespectful to the legacy of the Power Rangers franchise, and just comes off as you trolling the fan base. How? How do you tell people that you're going to do a big blowout anniversary season that will be your most expensive one ever for your fans, and then deliver with this? Words alone can't describe it. It's... It's bullshit. All of it is bullshit. It's all bullshit. Pathetic.
Vecton! Vecton! Dodge Badeska! Vecton! Vecton! Vecton!
Dave? What are you doing out of your room?
Arnold texted me. He said you went crazy, that you were laughing like a Hijoshikina.
A what?
A crazy dude.
Well, I don't exactly have a great memory of the last hour, but considering my current state, I wouldn't doubt it. Probably just lost my temper while making the video or something, though.
Yoku, that would explain the mess in your room. But why on Kami-sama's Middle-earth did you shave your head and make a mess in here, dude?
Probably because I'm a crazy, emotional, obsessive asshat who pulls stunts like this whenever he feels like he's at the end of his rope.
Jeez, dude, you don't have to go all light novel protagonist on me. Besides, I've known you long enough to know you're not really like that, are you?
I know, it's just... Look, Dave, I'm sorry. I'll clean this mess up later, but you know what, right now, I really want to finish this video.
You mean the video that drove you to do this in the first place?
Yeah, but don't worry, I think I can handle it this time.
You sure about that, dude?
Yes I am. In fact, I think I know what to do and say and how to do it better than I did when I first started out on this project.
Daijobu, dude. Just be careful. Despite the way he acts, Tyler and I do care about you.
No, Arnold, I do not want to clean up. I have no interest in cleaning up. This is my mess. I made it. And now I'm gonna finish my video in it. So DJ, if you will, give me a fat beat. So I want to get one thing straight here. The Legendary Battle, normal or extended edition, is not a good episode. It's actually a really bad episode. A garbage episode, if you will. One that I can only really imagine being enjoyed by brain-dead toddlers. It has no plot, no substance, no well thought out and executed character payoffs, no logic within its own internal continuity, or that of the rest of the franchise. And the actual anniversary element of it feels so tacked on, it may as well have been filmed by a second unit team. The Legendary Battle is an embarrassment to the Power Rangers franchise, and one Haim Saban and Jonathan Zakor should feel deeply ashamed of. if they have anything resembling human souls. I cannot begin to tell you how mad this episode can make me. To do so would take... Fuck all this shit! I don't need it! Why is it fucking here? I don't need it for your goddamn video! What am I? Some kind of millennial? Fuck! Where do I start here? I'm pretty sure I've covered most of this in other parts. They already know most of my thoughts on Troy and what happens with Jake and Gia's relationship in this, and I bet I told them all the crap Orion pulls in this episode too. I don't fucking know. I'm too lazy to go back and check. Yes, Arnold, I realize that. But what's the point? Why go over the whole damn thing again when I've already touched on parts of it? That makes no sense. And besides, Linkara already did it in his video, and I'm sure Jake's gonna do it in his whenever it finally comes out. So, what's the point? If I do it now, it'll just feel boring and played out. And it wouldn't even work with the rest of the videos. I mean, yeah, I talked about Mega Mission that way, but there was good reason to do so. At the time, I needed to introduce my audience to the basics of Megaforce so I could build my criticism from there. And it let me show just how awful that episode really is when no one else had. Fuck, some people still say it's a good pilot for some ungodly reason. This shit though? Yeah, I actually bought the piece of shit morpher they put out for Season 2. How about that? I might as well talk about it in the Plinkett style, except I can't do that, because to do so, I'd have to go over everything in order, including the parts I've already brought up. I fucked myself, Arnold! I wanted to make a big, comprehensive video about Legendary Battle and have multiple long-winded and insane enraged rants about every little moment that sets me off. It was gonna be a reflection of my Gokaiger analysis in that way. But now, I'm just sitting here in a shit pit of my own making, frustrated and pissed off. That'll do, Pooter. That'll do. Also, fuck chairs. I don't feel like I have any freedom in this thing at all, so, I'm going back to shells. Hey, there's something I've been needing to say that's been on my mind for some time now. I've been chewing on it and mulling it over and wasn't really sure if I should let it out till now, but here it goes. Fuck you. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart, because do you know what Legendary Battle has in common with Mega Mission? There's still plenty of you people out there who think this episode is okay. And really, that's the saddest thing about this fandom. That an episode so incredibly flawed like this one can still be loved by others simply because it has lots of cool looking footage and some cameos. I mean, at least with Mega Mission, you people disagreed with me on some character things, but when it comes to Legendary Battle, all I ever hear is, "But the extended edition, that fixed it. They put in all those awesome moments from the Gokaiger finale, like the Dragon Shield swap, or the all super mode change, or the Legendary Rush." And wasn't it great seeing JDF back in costume? It's so cool that he came back for the anniversary. He must care so much. And man, you can't deny that the actual Legendary Battle scene is amazing regardless of context. Wrong. You friggin' dummies. Do you even know what show you're watching? Power Rangers is all about context. Specifically, it's about taking the context of footage from another show, throwing it out the window and then giving it new context that fits just as well. And this episode utterly fails at that. To give the most simple comparison I possibly can, in Gokaiger, Akido's skill and his lackeys were established over and over again to be the biggest, baddest, scariest dudes in the show who, if the Gokaigers ever ran into them in a real fight, would probably annihilate them. Which is why they needed to pull out things like the legendary rush in order to beat them. In Megaforce though, this just happens because it's what they feel like doing in the moment. It's not interesting, it's not built up, it's just pretty footage for no reason. And it's not even that pretty, it's chopped to hell because suddenly they cared about keeping out Sentai-only suits. Except for Die Ranger, cause fuck it. In fact, all the footage in this show is this way. There's not a good narrative reason for any of it to be happening. It's just there because all this season is driven by is a need to burn through Sentai footage. And yet, so many of you people when discussing this show with me, even some I consider to be friends, will defend things in it with, but it has pretty footage. Because I guess that's all Toku fans really want at the end of the day. It's not a great story or characters, it's just something that looks cool on your screen and in your collection. Isn't that right, Jay? Ray, Austin, Adam, Bubble, Christina, Jake, Bruno, Mia, Jerry, Sentai 5, Cat, Herb, AC, Dragon Change, Toku, Chris, Tom, Deno, Shuken, Eric, or do you prefer Trekkie? I really never can tell. Hassan, Seamus, Dante, Dan, and Nightmare. Or Nightmare. I don't know. Probably both of you. Now, why have I just dragged all these people into this? Well, each and every one of them either is guilty of being this way, or agrees with me that those who are a bunch of disgusting plebs. And I'm not going to tell you which people are which type. They all already know who they are, and if you're good at reading people, you can figure it out for yourself pretty easily. Calling those people out isn't even the point of this. I have no interest in fighting with any of them. I've done it enough already, honestly. The point I am trying to make here is that I'm not really someone who cares about this stuff. Fancy suits, cool fight scenes. Yeah, they're what attracted me to Toku in the first place, but they're not what kept me here. All I care about is seeing good stories, with well-handled characters told. All this extra shit. I don't care, baby! It's all just icing on the cake to me! All I want to do with my life is sit here, watch cool stuff, and make videos about it for all of you to see while making just enough money to continue doing so indefinitely. Anything else is a happy bonus. Any extra funny money to buy cool toys with and time to take photos of them? Or to buy nice clothes and cool costumes and props so I don't just come off as some nerdy schleb. But I just can't have that now, can I? I'm always stuck here, being beholden to a job I'm only just barely managing to hold down, a producer who doesn't understand my true artistic genius, and friends or housemates or whatever you want to call them, who just expect me to clean and maintain the place and watch anime with them at the drop of a hat. And an AI butler in my webcam that's constantly reminding me about all of it. I mean, Jesus Christ, I thought all these restrictions were supposed to go away when you become an adult. But no! Fuck me, right? And you know what? Fuck this shot too. I don't like it. It's bad. It's poop. We gotta make it better somehow. There. that's better. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, the continuity in this episode sucks too. Those of you who have watched all the videos in this little series of mine know I've already complained about continuity problems in Megaforce a lot. But there are so many in this episode alone that it makes my head spin just thinking about it. Orion leaving for no real reason at the start, the use of non-PR canon Sentai suits and attacks in the first half of the episode, the seemingly random appearances of the legendary rangers all throughout the second half and then them just turning into balls of energy and flying off into space for no reason at the end, and Robo Knight coming back from the frickin' dead during the legendary battle scene and no one really reacting to it. All of this is but a small sampler of the shit that bugs me about this episode, and really speaks to the fact that these writers either didn't care enough about Power Rangers to really give the anniversary the care it needed, or they just weren't cut out for it. Or maybe it was both those things. Maybe it was neither of them. Maybe the people who made this show just suck. Or maybe I'm an asshole. Either way, it's fucking awful. Especially when you consider the hype for this season. And really, how could you forget it? I've only brought it up in every video of this series. And that's the real problem at the core of all this, isn't it? The hype for Megaforce and the legendary battle itself within the Power Rangers fandom at the time cannot be overstated. Whether it be from its own the most expensive season ever marketing, or the fact that it was based off of Gokaiger, one of the best Sentais of all time. And I'm not saying that because it's my opinion, people, I'm saying it because it's an indisputable fact. Gokaiger did well commercially and critically both within and outside of the tokusatsu fandom. People are still talking about how amazing it is and discovering new things they love about it to this very day as if it were brand new. Everyone I have ever talked to who has taken the time to watch Gokaiger has told me they think it's great. But what made it so great? Well, I would chalk that up to a lot of things, but first and foremost it has to be the characters. The Gokaigers are a fully fleshed out and realized team of characters who work so well, not just as a unit, but on their own respectively, and even most of the villains are handled with or near the same level of care. It's clear that with Gokaiger there was a story to be told and things to be said. In Megaforce though, every single character, from the Rangers themselves to the villains and even the support cast, are just jumbled messes of ideas that feel like they're from a fan story written by a second grader, and the poor excuse their arcs get for payoffs in this episode are proof. Megaforce just doesn't stack up to its source material in that regard. Which is just sad, because past Power Rangers seasons have done such a fine job of taking Sentai characters and making them work so well within the context of PR. On the level of just being a good show that most people can enjoy, Megaforce fails. So what's left? A fan servicey celebration of the franchise's past? Fan service? Celebration? Get out of here! What show do you think this is? Megaforce isn't about the fans, and it's certainly not about the franchise as a whole. It's about toy sales, baby! Just showing off all the cool stuff from Sentai footage to the camera, so the kiddies know what's in stores right now. Nothing else matters to these people. They clearly don't care about homaging or paying tribute to the past. And you know how I know that? I'm doing it right now! This whole series has been a homage to Digibro's SAO and Asterisk War Sucks series. And this final part has been a homage to Endless Jess's Horseshoe finale and its sequel. But I didn't just rip them off, taking only cosmetic things people will recognize from those videos. No, I took the building blocks of the houses they had made and built my own using them. And every video on this channel since Let's Jump has been about that. I have taken the tools of some of my favorite things in existence: Gokaiger, Best Guy Ever, Modern Comic Books, Demolition D, and the aforementioned Digibro and Endless Jess, and I have built a very personal story about the kind of person I am and the kind of things I think about with them.
I've shown you people that I am a lazy, procrastinating, obsessive, narcissistic fanboy who rarely leaves his room, and imagines himself talking to versions of his friends and fictional characters who aren't actually acting like themselves as if they were his imaginary friends. Not to mention the fact that while there are tons of people around me who are in charge of me in some way, I tend to ignore what most of them say and just do whatever I want. And it always comes back and bites me in the ass somehow. Mainly because I'm also a fuck-up who constantly lets little mistakes on his work slip by as long as the whole is passable in his opinion. And I did this by taking the things that currently inform me as a person the most and recontextualizing them into my own story. Just like Gokaiger did, while also directly going back into Super Sentai's history and tying up old loose ends.
And there's still so much more I want to show you and do here. We've only just begun to explore the shit show that is my psyche, and if you think all this was bad, boy do I have something to... Oh, God! Why did I have so many receipts just lying in a pile? I should have organized these months ago. This is fucking ridiculous! Why?
But I think I'm being a little harsh on Megaforce here. Well, I didn't yesterday when I wrote that part, but I do now. And that's the great thing about these videos, isn't it? I get to illustrate how my opinions are constantly in flux, as they very well should be with any analyst worth his salt. I can go back and rewrite whole chunks of this video and you people have no real way of knowing.
That is, unless you pledge $5 to my Patreon and get access to my Google Drive folders of old scripts and raw video recordings. But not even those people get to see that stuff till well after the video is out. God, fucking damn fucking range. Fucking gonna do it anyways. Fuck it. Welcome back to another installment of Manga Mondays, the only manga review show under the constant threat of you realizing that my hair's grown back because this was shot 2 months later because I apparently didn't actually shoot this line. So now I have to redo it even though I thought I didn't actually do it, but I thought I did, and I'm just gonna read this shit, okay? So you really have no way of knowing what I've rewritten. It could be a couple of lines or it could be the whole first draft. I could have written the ending before I wrote the entire rest of the video. You just have no way of knowing what order any of this came to me in. But I'm getting off track here. I was supposed to be throwing the show a bone, now wasn't I?
While they definitely didn't get as many as I would have liked, Megaforce does tie up a few of PR's old loose ends. First and foremost, finally giving us the Jungle Fury callback episode we've been needing for so long. Sure, it's not a team-up and we only get one character returning, but it's better than a logo in the background of one shot. And then there's the big one in the legendary battle itself. When the legendary Rangers show up to assist the Megaforce team with their final fight, Corona's with them, and she does this.
I love being a Power Ranger.
Now, I don't know about all of you, but while I do love Corona as a character, mainly for her development in Lost Galaxy, I always felt her arc was missing something. Almost like it never got the final cathartic moment it needed. I mean, well, there's nothing wrong with what happens with her in the LG finale. She does just kinda blend into the background there and doesn't get much of her own to do. But then we got this, and while it's only in the extended edition, it's exactly what I was looking for and says so much about how far the character has come over the years. Yes, Corona was raised to be evil and later realized that she came from a good family, but she can't just abandon that entirely. She spent almost 2 decades with the United Alliance of Evil before finding Andros. She has to accept it as a fact of her life and continue on trying to be the best version of herself she can be as a Ranger. And it's that amazing dichotomy that makes her one of the best characters in the franchise. So congratulations, Megaforce! In your death throes, you finally managed to achieve a profound tribute to the past, on the level of Gokaiger, no less. Woohoo! Come on, everybody! Round of applause!
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations! Thank you all.
Except not. Because while this small moment in the episode is great, it doesn't change the fact that I've seen tons of things that display more respect for its world's past than Megaforce ever did. And this isn't just me being hung up on Gokaiger, people. Here, let me give you another example. This is DC's New Frontier. It is a beautiful work of art by the late great Darwin Cook that shows just how much love and respect he had for the era of comics he grew up in during World War II and just after, while also telling its own perfect story. It's one of the greatest comics ever made and demands its own video from me at some point. This is the sort of thing Megaforce should have been. A wonderful celebration of everything that had come before while also charging ahead. But we just weren't that lucky. Power Rangers Megaforce fucking sucks, no matter what angle you view it from. It doesn't stand on its own, it barely does anything to add to the rest of the franchise, and it can't possibly compare to its source material or other pieces like it. And I will always think of it as one of the worst things I have ever seen in my life for those reasons. But you know what? It did do something good. It helped shape me. Were it not for Megaforce and a few other small factors, I would not be a tokusatsu fan today, and I may never have gotten my first clear point of reference for what it is I think can make a show bad. I mean, yeah, it wasn't the first piece of media to shape me in such a big way, and it definitely won't be the last, but it did help make me what I am today. And what am I? I'm the Vacuuminator, and I'm only just getting started. I have so much more to say, and I'm here to stay, but only you can decide if you're willing to play. Either way, I'll be here, ready and waiting with the board set. So see you then.
Well then, I guess I'll see you next game.
Thus concludes the original run of videos. To be perfectly honest with you, I find them a bit of a mess upon further examination, but I think I got into a certain groove around part 6. Perhaps I'm wrong about that. It's all in the eye of the beholder. There's certainly a lot of outdated concepts in there. I no longer use serious analysis and genuine buffoonery as a tagline. I no longer feel the need to give full context for a franchise when discussing a single part of it. My Let's Jump and Number Ones videos have since been deleted, and I mentioned an awful lot of creators I no longer follow or support. There's also some incorrect statements up front, like the PR production team's understanding of Time Ranger early on, certain things that happened in Shinkanger, And also, I just straight up forgot to talk about Joel and Miss Fairweather from Lightspeed Rescue when discussing Jake and Gia, even though that's a perfect case of history repeating itself there. Plus, I still haven't made that Kamen Rider X8 video I seemed to be promising at the end there. But before that, a lot of stuff happened in my life and in the story of my videos. Luckily, we don't need to get into it here. Just know that I had a bit of a falling out with another character that led to the decision to do what you're about to see next. The originally planned 11th and 12th parts of the series, wherein I explore the fact that in the original videos I certainly said a lot of things the writers of Megaforce could have done differently, but I never say what I would have done differently. So let's explore that, shall we?
Hello, it's me. That guy who spent a whole year screaming about how bad Power Rangers Megaforce was and subsequently kind of dragged his whole career down in doing so because he can never quite follow it up. It's quite odd being here doing this now, actually, because this was originally going to be the follow-up / ending to Power Rangers Megaforce Sucks. I had meant for the last 2 videos of the series to be a rewrite of Megaforce, but it got overwhelming, and I chickened out / lost my mind and started hallucinating a whole bunch and trying to do other things with my channel in order to avoid that happening again, and it kept happening over and over and over again, and now we're here, me sitting in a cold garage the week before Christmas, trying desperately to fix things. And if I'm being all that honest, I don't really need to, because Power Rangers is in such a better place now than it was a few years ago. We've had a couple good seasons under our belt, the toys are way better, and it's all due to my Lord and Savior Hasbro buying the brand. I mean, the next couple years of Power Rangers after this are yet to be seen because we're still very much in the early stages of the Hasbro era, but quite honestly, right now, I like things better than I did when I made Megaforce Sucks, when we were still going through Dino Charge even, which is a season I like, but, you know, could have been better, and then Ninja Steel happened, and let's not forget the 2017 movie was in there somewhere. Wait, no, actually, I'd like to forget that. The point I'm trying to make is I know that this doesn't really need to be done anymore, and there's probably a lot of different ways it could be done than what I'm going to do. It's just that on a personal level, I feel like I have to do this because I promised it a long time ago and I never got around to it, and now I find I'm kind of at the end of my rope as to what to do about the stagnation and sudden growth and stagnation again of this channel that just keeps happening. And for those of you who are unfamiliar, because it has been quite a while, my thoughts on the actual Power Rangers Megaforce are basically, it's a massive embarrassment to the entire franchise, and it was a huge disappointment, and I feel like Saban kind of lied to us, because they marketed it as the most expensive season ever, yet tons of stuff from the Sentai that didn't need to be there was left in. There was all kinds of weird reshot stuff. The characters were really all over the place, and some plot points just popped up and then were never properly resolved or barely got resolution. There was probably the most offensive romance subplot in all of Power Rangers, and this is a franchise that also features Joel and Miss Fairweather. Yeah, I'm sorry I called that good back during Megaforce Sucks. And Gosei. Look at him. Look at his big, stupid face. God, I want to hit it with a sledgehammer. So yeah, Megaforce is not very good in my opinion. I feel like it could have been a lot better. I have a lot of ideas for how it could have been a lot better, and I did try to insert quite a few of those into Megaforce Sucks, but I never really outlined how they would all kind of fit together and intersect and all that fun stuff. So that's what I'm here to do today. I'm here to explore an alternate timeline where while Samurai was airing, I was an exec at Saban Brands, and Jonathan Zakor came into my office one day and said, "Here's my pitch for the next season." Left it on my desk and tried to leave, and I went, John, come back here. Let me read this. Let me read this before you go. And I flipped through it, and I go, John, this is dog shit. We can't make this. It'll kill the franchise. So, you know what? We're approaching the deadline. We have to go into production soon. So you know what you and I are going to do? You and I are going to spend the entire afternoon rewriting this thing so that it's not an embarrassment, because we can't take this to Mr. Saban. He hasn't seen this, right? Because we can't take this to Mr. Saban. And, oh boy. Oh god, this is gonna take a while. Claire, will you clear all my meetings for the next, I don't know, however long this takes? Yeah, bye. So let's get to it. And so I'm gonna start right back at the beginning and detail my plot for Megaforce point by point, because, well, Heim, John, you guys had your turn. Now let me have a go. Okay, so first off, I need to establish a few ground rules. First and foremost being the priorities in this season, which in my opinion should be the characters, some world building, action, and fan service. And it should go in that order. We don't prioritize any one of those things over the other. It's all front to back. Yeah, this is an expression people use. Secondly, this will be an adaptation of both Gosei and Gokaiger. It'll be 2 seasons, 22 episodes each, because for all we know, at the time, that was the deal with Toei. You had to adapt every Sentai in order. You couldn't skip around, and they struck a new deal later, is what I have always heard people assume. So I'm not doing how I would adapt Gokaiger here, because that would be a very different video. And thirdly, while I am going to have returning characters in this season, I'm only going to pick one character for each past season, because I don't want to overshadow my main cast too much here. Because a big thing I want to do here is I do want to recapture the magic of Gokaiger for Power Rangers fans. And a big thing about Gokaiger, in my opinion, is it's always about that core cast. It's always about us learning about the history of Sentai through them. No Sentai characters from the past ever show up and become the star of the show for an episode. They're there, they're important to the plot, but they don't take over. I'm also going to be keeping the names for most of our main characters. I don't feel like too many of them need to be changed, except for like 1 or 2 generic sounding monster names here or there. And honestly, that's about it. Not many other guidelines in place here. I'm gonna kind of go crazy. So let's get things started with episode 1. And first big change right out of the gate here, I am not going to have the legendary battle be in the first episode. I'm not going to have it actually be teased at all, because I think that kind of ruins it. If you're going to do the legendary battle, you should hold it back and keep it hidden as much as possible, because the Sentai fans know it's coming. And if you just keep showing it to them, it's not going to be special when it appears in Power Rangers. But if you keep them on their toes, keep them guessing as to when it's actually going to happen, when you get there, it's going to be a huge, exciting moment. And for the fans who don't watch Sentai, it'll be even more of a surprise. So yeah, this is the first of many changes I'm making to Troy in completely axing the legendary battle dreams. Instead, the season is going to actually open on a flashback of Emperor Mavro talking to his 2 sons when they're very young. And yeah, this might require us to make some new suits, but it's the most expensive season ever. If that's how you're going to market it, maybe spend some money on some original suits of characters when they're younger, and you could even use those in later episodes to flesh out their backstory more. Anyway, this will just be a very quick little scene of Mavro telling his sons the story of the United Alliance of Evil, and how they were led by the great and powerful Dark Spectre, and how he single-handedly united all of the forces of darkness and almost bent the entire universe to his will until he was destroyed by the Power Rangers and everything fell apart. Yes, I know the Power Rangers didn't defeat Dark Spectre per se, but how many people in the PRU actually know that? How many people actually witnessed his death and lived to tell the tale? Because by my memory, it's 0. Anyways, Mobro goes on about how they were cheated out of glory and domination, and how he has spent years and will continue to dedicate his life to rebuilding their alliance. And one day, when he has formed enough connections and enough strength, and the Rangers have grown complacent enough, he will lead a new alliance to invade the universe, and his sons will sit proudly on the new thrones of galactic domination. And as he says this, we're gonna zoom in on Vrock, who's kind of looking on at his father with wonder, but we'll fade in to an adult Vrock standing on the bridge of the War Star, which is the name of the enemy ship, not the whole enemy faction in my version, and he looks kind of bored, kind of annoyed, because they're just now coming up on Earth. It's been a bit of a long journey, and we get some establishing dialogue between him, Creepox, and Admiral Malcor, which very firmly lets us know that Malcor is in charge here, but only just, and him and Creepox are really chafing under the fact that Vrock is there, because Vrock's the prince. He's super self-important, and he thinks it's ridiculous that he's been assigned to this stupid scouting mission and he's not leading the main invasion force. His idiot brother is. What's up with that? But they're cut off by an alarm sounding of another ship coming out of Hyper Rush on the other side of the planet, and they zoom in to see that it's a small black one-person craft, and Vrock starts trying to chase its origin while Creepox is arming the cannons. Malcor wants to know what the heck is going on, and finally Vrock announces that it's come from Aquitar. And at that point, we slam cut into the opening title. Not necessarily a full opening, because we may need some extra time during this episode, but sort of an RPM style, just title against a black screen kind of thing. And then we'll fade back into a shot of a very large municipal building with a sign out front that reads Stone Canyon High School, because yeah, that's one of the more disappointing things about Megaforce, is its location is so generic it's hardly ever talked about. And Power Rangers has a lot of notable locations you can pull from. It has a lot of cool places you can go and stuff you can do. So why not take the opportunity that this anniversary season presents to set a show in a place we've always heard about but rarely ever seen, the neighboring city to the original city that the Rangers came from. Like, that hits on that it's MMPR again note so much better than just they're in high school, lol. Anyways, we cut to a truck cab where Troy is just arriving for his first day of school with his uncle, who he's been dropped off with after his father has gone overseas with the military for like the 8th time since his mom left the picture, and he's pretty annoyed about that, especially because, as he says, I'm 18 now, I could just join the army and go with dad, it's no big deal, why do I have to stay with you, uncle? I don't have a name for this character. And his uncle's like, well, that's not actually how that works, and besides, I think we're gonna get along great if you'll just give me a chance. And I mean, this is a great school, you're gonna love it here, man. And he's like, shut up, I'm leaving, I'm grumpy. I know how to write angst. But then we'll get relatively the same scene from Mega Mission with Mr. Burley in the class doing the brain teaser, but instead of Noah saying the dumb line about robots and perpetual motion engines, we'll have him kind of correct Emma and be like, well, there's a lot of studies actually that show that insects can survive in harsh environments due to their exoskeletons, but actually there's nothing to do with how many legs they have. And everyone will kind of roll their eyes at him for being a know-it-all. Also, when Troy says his line about humans, Jake should pipe up like, and yeah, the Power Rangers will always be here to protect us even if we can't do it. because in my version, Jake and Noah are part of a Power Ranger fan club, which I want to throw in as just like a nice extra little bit of world building to show that this is a more lived-in PR universe we're dealing with, if only for this anniversary season. We go to after class where we get a scene of Gia and Emma at their lockers. Emma tries to invite Gia to do something, but Gia says that she has to work and her shift is in like 20 minutes. And because Emma's heard this excuse a bunch of times before, she'll just wish her a nice day and say she's gonna go try and talk to the new kid because he seems like he could use a friend. And then as Gia walks away, we get that same male gaze shot with Jake walking away all excited because maybe a bit presumptuous of me, but I think I can fix this. Anyway, Jake goes up to Noah and he's all excited. He's like, oh man, today's the day. I can feel it. I'm gonna go ask Gia out and she's gonna say yes. And Noah's like, isn't this like the third time you've said this? And he's like, yeah, but this time it's totally gonna be different. She's in a great mood. She looks fantastic, man. I gotta try. I just gotta try, bro. And Noah's like, all right, whatever, but I gotta get ready for Power Ranger Club. Are you gonna be there today? And Jake's like, I don't know. It depends on what she says. And Noah's just like, all right, whatever. I'm gonna see if I can get that new kid to join before I head off to the Froyo place. So he goes out the same way Emma did, and we see that she is flirting with Troy, and Troy is pretty flustered by this. He doesn't know how to react, and when Noah comes up and starts asking him about the club, it just makes him even more kind of freaked out. But as he starts telling them that he's not really interested in doing anything, he was headed for the park actually to do some training, they hear a huge boom up in the atmosphere, and they look up to see the ship from the opening falling out of the sky, all aflame, and it almost hits the school but manages to pull up in time to shoot off towards a nearby set of mountains. And before they can even really react to this, Gia and Jake come running from around the building asking if everybody's okay and how much they got to see of it, and Noah gets really excited because that's an alien spaceship, and where there's aliens, there's usually Power Rangers. They've got to go check it out. Come on, guys. And everybody kind of begrudgingly agrees to go along with him because Noah doesn't look like he could survive in the mountains alone. And this is where we cut back to the War Star, where everybody is low-key freaking out, trying to get a fix on where the ship landed until finally Vrock does it and sort of scaredly announces it's in the outskirts of Angel Grove, and Malcor immediately goes like, okay, Creepox, get an away team together, get down there and destroy anything that survived, because if that guy was trying to find something that old wizard left buried in the desert, then this entire invasion is screwed already. And then we go right to the teens arriving at the ship, which is just in shambles. And although parts of it will look oddly familiar to fans in the know, it's gonna be really damaged with pieces everywhere, little bits of flame and smoke popping up here and there. But the cockpit section is mostly intact. However, the person inside can't get it open, so the teens all start trying one by one in different ways to get it open and can't do it until Troy gets them all to work together to push on like a branch or something that he gets for leverage. And when the cockpit pops open, through this torrent of smoke that pours out, the Phantom Ranger steps out. 'Cause, oh yeah, I'm going there. So naturally, Noah and Jake start freaking out, fanboying, and going like, oh my god, it's the Phantom Ranger. He worked with Power Rangers Turbo and Power Rangers in Space. This guy's incredible. Nobody knows who he is. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. That's when Creepox shows up with Scaraba, the Rock Beetle, and a ton of Loogies. And he just immediately says like, yep, this is bad. We're gonna kill them all. And Troy and Gia do square up to fight, but the Phantom's immediately like, there's no way you can take them in your current forms. We have to get out of here. Run for it. So we get a chase scene through the forest that's very quick, but does show exactly how fast and intimidating these monsters are, because, well, you can use fancy editing and quick camera movements to make it look like they're moving way faster than anyone could actually move in a Power Rangers monster suit. Anyway, the teens get down to the bottom of the mountain and the shoreline of Stone Canyon, and immediately the Phantom is like, go that way. I know where I'm supposed to be. And they go up to this large rock formation where the Phantom holds out his power ruby and it shoots a beam into the rocks, causing them to like slowly rumble and then part, revealing a cave that he makes them all go into, which leads to the command center from Megaforce. Except in my version, there's no Gosei on the wall. There's an even larger command console up at the front, and the actual consoles for all the Rangers have a bit more going on, like some knobs, some switches, some buttons, just something to give the actors something to do while they're hanging out in there, and maybe like an extra lab table or something, kind of like the Dino Charge base had. Anyway, the Phantom explains that this is the Grid Vault, a nexus of morphing grid energy that was created on Earth in the wake of the invasion of November 1997, to ensure that should the universe ever fall under such an extraordinary threat again, the Power Rangers would have a way of all joining together and fighting back. Because as represented by the statues, we're going to call them in this season, lined up on the wall, in the Grid Vault, there is a copy of every power that ever has or ever will exist, and that's going to be important for Season 2. But the teens, of course, start asking a bunch of questions like, why were they brought here? What can they do to help the Phantom? What's going on? Why does the Grid Vault need to be accessed now? And the Phantom kind of calms them all down and goes, like, I'm sorry to break this to you, but the universe is under attack. Many planets where there are Rangers are being invaded and completely decimated by enemy forces, and we don't even know who most of these people are. It's some kind of bizarre joining of a bunch of foes we've fought in the past, and now it looks like Earth is going to be the last line of defense, and it needs a new team of Rangers to defend it. It needs you 5. And nobody is a fan of this idea. Jake and Noah start going like, we're not worthy. Gia says, I don't have time to be a Power Ranger. Troy's very insistent that he can't lead these people, and Emma is just sort of like, I don't know how to fight. How am I gonna be able to contribute anything to this team? But the Phantom calms them all down, and he goes, it always seems impossible at first. But trust me, in time, you will learn. You will learn to control your powers, and you will grow together as a team into one of the most formidable fighting forces known in the universe. You will be Power Rangers, and you will be the ones to save us from this threat. I know it. I can see it in each and every one of you. You've already proved that you have the courage and willingness to do what it takes to protect innocence. You saved me, you leaped into danger, and you managed to survive an attack from one of the generals of this enemy force. That's not something any average human could do. You are worthy of these powers. And so he takes out his power ruby again and holds it up high, and beams shoot out from all the little statues along the wall, and those beams reflect back into the hands of the Rangers, solidifying in balls of light, and then the Gosei morphers, which will be called the Guardian morphers in my version of Megaforce. But as the morphers solidify and as the energy dissipates out of the power ruby, the Phantom's armor starts fading away. It starts dissipating. It starts going back into the morphing grid because he's draining the power ruby, and we see for the first time, finally, that the Phantom Ranger is indeed Billy Cranston. Oh yes, I went there. Because think about it, of all the fan theories surrounding the Phantom Ranger's identity, Billy just makes the most sense. I mean, yeah, if I wanted to be really goofy and fanficky, I could do the whole Zordon Sun thing, or I could even canonize power reviews somehow, but like, the idea that Billy made the Phantom Ranger powers as a way of surviving off-planet from Aquitar, and that they're tied into the turbo powers because he was making the turbo powers all those times he disappeared during Zeo, it just works. It just works, okay? So I'm doing that, and Billy's the mentor for this season because, goddammit, David Yost deserves an apology from this franchise in the form of a prominent role in the anniversary season and a nice big check. But of course, nobody will recognize him because Billy's identity remained a secret for most of his run as a Ranger, and he's just going to start explaining to the team what all their roles as Rangers are. You know, you're the Red Ranger because you're the leader, you're blah blah blah, you did that, blah, blah, blah. But then an alarm starts going off and out trottles Alpha 1, my version of Tensu, who was left here back when the place was created as sort of a guardian and curator of the history of the Power Rangers in case anyone ever needed to access the vault but didn't quite know everything. And he just goes like, oh, thank God, there's already a new team of Rangers. I was worried I was going to have to put them together myself. There's a monster attacking the city and a bunch of foot soldiers, and it's really scary. Could you guys go and maybe fight them? And the Rangers are like, yeah, we're ready to do whatever it takes. So they go out and they have their first fight as Rangers, and we get to see that they are all pretty competent now that they have their powers, but they're not really the best at teamwork. They're kind of split off into cliques of Gia and Emma, Noah and Jake, and Troy's fighting by himself until finally he realizes that he can't take Scaraba alone, so he pulls everyone together to fight him and then create the Megaforce Blaster to finally defeat him. And then we cut back to the War Star, where Malcor very quickly puts together that this is a new team of Rangers specifically designed to combat them. So he has Rock send a signal back to the main invasion fleet and says, basically, this is probably going to take a little longer than we thought. Could you maybe spend some more time just toying around with Miranoi or something? And the Rangers go back to the grid vault where Billy congratulates them on their first victory, but tells them it's only going to get tougher from here. Earth has no real idea what's been going on out in space for the last few years, and he can't help them much more than giving advice because without the Phantom armor, he can't survive outside of the grid vault. The morphing grid is sustaining him now, and until he can get his power ruby recharged, he's got to move in. And that would basically be my pilot. As for the rest of the season, there's going to be a little less detail because, well, if I put in detail, this would be like a 5-hour long video. As is, we're probably approaching a half hour, maybe a little over. But let's very quickly go down beat for beat what happens in each episode. So episode 2 would very much be your standard kind of getting the team to get on the same page episode. Billy and Troy would sort of simultaneously realize everybody needs to train together a little more because they're all sort of doing their own thing within cliques. And if the Megazord's gonna be a thing, then everybody needs to be able to work together. So Troy, with his background, puts the team through a little military-style training, and together, at the end of the episode, they form the Earth Guardian Megazord for the first time. Episode 3, I'd focus on Noah, have him constantly marking out and trying to get insider information on Ranger history from Billy, until finally, the arc of the episode leads to him learning to keep a cool head and be able to focus on the fight in front of him and just saving the world, for which Billy rewards him with the Sea Brother Zords. And then episode 4 is where I'd just go ahead and deal with the Jake and Gia thing. Have Jake all throughout the series up to this point be constantly trying to make passes at her and her politely rebuffing him until at the beginning of this episode, during a briefing on the coming Land Brother Zords, she gets upset and she's just like, dude, I clearly am not interested in you. Will you leave me the hell alone? And then later that day at school, Emma can explain to Jake that Gia has really demanding parents and she does all of this stuff. She's never had a boyfriend because she's taking AP classes, she's in a bunch of different clubs that look good on college applications, and she has an after-school job. And so Jake will realize, man, I've been being kind of a dickhead, maybe I should go apologize to her. And he'll do it at her job, and she'll be like, all right, well, we're still on the same team, so why don't we just try and be friends from here on? And from that point, when Jake has learned his lesson, and subsequently we have delivered that lesson to the audience, we can have our cake and eat it too, because these two can start hanging out some more. Maybe have them start developing an actual relationship and just simmer that away on the back burner for a while. And then episode 5 would be my version of Stranger Ranger, where during their first fight with Vrock, the Rangers are clearly outmatched until they get a little bit of help from a passing Jordan, who in my version is also a member of the same Power Ranger fan club that Jake and Noah are in, and he's also a much more capable fighter. He trains all the time because he dreams of becoming a Power Ranger one day, and he impresses the team. So they're like, "Aw man, we could actually use the help. Why don't we take this guy to Billy?" And Billy sees his raw talent and goes, "The last time I encountered someone like that, it was after he had impressed the villains by taking out a bunch of foot soldiers." And that didn't go so well at the start, but it did work out really well in the end. Maybe I should head this off at the pass. And so we used the Gosei green suit to make Jordan a ranger for the day and have him train with Noah and Troy for a little bit until the monster of the week shows back up and clearly outmatches everybody. So Jordan makes a last desperate move to try and tackle it off a cliff, which succeeds in destroying the monster, but he also breaks his arm in the process, so he can't be a ranger anymore. And Noah and Troy are pretty upset about that. Troy's like, "Don't worry, man. Even though you can't be on the team anymore, we're gonna stay in contact. I won't forget about you. You're awesome. You did a really brave thing saving us like that." And Noah is just gonna be really pissed off at himself. He's gonna be like, "This shouldn't have happened at all. None of us can ever get hurt like that again, or the Earth's gonna get in jeopardy. I have to find out a way to keep us all safe," which will kind of lead their arcs off in different directions. Episode 6, we're gonna follow up on that clear crush that Emma has on Troy, because when the monster of the week is a little too much for them, Troy asks directly for a new set of Zords, and Billy's like, "Well, I'll see what I can do," and Noah's like, "I'm way too busy with this other thing." So Billy just goes, "Okay, why don't the rest of you train really hard for the next couple days till the monster shows back up?" And so Jake and Gia are like, "All right, we'll be gym buddies. We'll go in between school and Gia's shift at work." And Emma's like, "Hey Troy, you go running all the time. Let's go running together, and we could maybe find a nice clearing in the woods to do some training." And Troy does not exactly take to this. He's very awkward. He can't really hold conversation with her, and he seems like he doesn't want to be there, until finally Emma calls him out on this and is like, "Man, I've been nothing but nice to you since we met. Aren't we supposed to be on the same team? Why can't you get along with me?" And he's like, "It's not that I can't get along with you, it's that you seem like you want me to ask you out or something, and I don't want to do that." And she's like, "Okay, I wasn't trying to pressure you into it. I'm just trying to be nice. What, like, don't you like me?" And he's like, "Yeah, I like you, but I don't like girls per se. I like boys." And there is my big change to Troy's character, because when you strip out all the nonsensical stuff from him, all the leftover was going to be revealed to be a chosen one kind of character stuff, there's not really a lot to Troy. There's not really a lot besides memes, so gotta put stuff in there, and what better than to advance the franchise a little bit by updating its great quality of representation. Because when you go back to that original season of Mighty Morphin, one of the main things people who aren't huge Power Rangers fans always compliment it for is how much representation there was on that first team. But this is the 2010s. Representation means more than skin tone now, and Power Rangers as a franchise needs to reflect that. So why not go ahead and honor the past and look to the future by having the first gay Red Ranger. But getting back to the plot, besides being a little taken aback at first, Emma does accept Troy and agrees to keep his sexuality a secret because she's actually the first person he's ever told. And then bonding over him finally being able to talk about this with somebody is what leads to them working as a unit better and being able to wield the new Skybrother Zords at the end of the episode. Episode 7 is where shit'll start hitting the fan for the villains a little bit. Creepox is gonna have been getting more and more frustrated with their failed monster attacks up to this point, and so he finally decides, that's it, I don't care what Malcor and Rock say, I'm taking every monster we have left and I am razing that city. And so when his attack force arrives, 4 of the Rangers deal with all the monsters, but Troy, remembering that he's one of the enemy generals, leads him off into the mountains and defeats him himself. This being a big character moment for Troy that solidifies him as a great, brave, and capable Red Ranger. But with their forces depleted, in episode 8, Malcor's gonna tell Rock, okay, I'm going into my hibernation cocoon so I can conserve power and then destroy the Rangers when I come out in a few weeks. You try and find us some actual allies on this planet to keep them busy until I do awaken. And Rock is like, got it, Chief, I can totally do that. So he goes down to the mountains outside Stone Canyon and finds the mutants. Biggs and Bluefur are a bit apprehensive of joining up with Rock at first, but they do agree after Rock offers them a place in his royal house. The deal being finalized with an exchange of a bunch of badges bearing the sigil of Rock's royal house and a new set of mutant armor for Rock, because those suit changes are in the footage, we gotta work them into the story somehow. And also, most of the Rangers will see this meeting. They will have been on their field trip from the actual episode and will have spotted Rock and followed him into the woods. Except for Noah, who called out sick that day, and when they go back to the grid vault to tell Billy about all this, they find out why. Noah's been working on some kind of secret project that's almost ready to show everybody, and he's very excited about this, but before he can tell them, they find out a mutant is already attacking the city. So they go out to fight it, but they're no match for it. They get their asses completely kicked, and so Noah decides, well, I may not have tested it, but it's time to send Robo Knight into the field. So RoboCop, but for weebs, shows up, kicks the crap out of the monster, gets to use his Robo Guardian Megazord mode, and they all go back to the base. The rest of the Rangers being pretty annoyed at Noah and Billy for keeping this for them. And Noah's a bit apologetic, basically being like, I just forgot to tell you guys, I've been so busy with it. And Billy says that, well, he understands their frustration. He didn't want to get anybody too excited because this is cutting edge stuff. Nobody's ever made a robot ranger that can also turn into a Zord before, so he honestly didn't know if it was gonna work. But now that it's here, and it's programmed specifically to make sure the Rangers themselves don't get hurt and keep civilians safe, not just take out monsters willy-nilly, that's when the other 4 go ahead and accept Robo Knight as the new 6th Ranger. But we don't really have a lot of time to get used to this new status quo, because in the very next episode, the Silver Guardians come to town, having been anonymously tipped off about the fact that there's mutants in Stone Canyon. And Eric Myers is leading the team as our first cameo for the show, and he just immediately finds out that the mutants came from the mountains by interviewing some civilians and takes a team of Silver Guardians up into the mountains to find them. However, when he does, the Rangers also show up and they start butting heads a lot, leaving Robo Knight to come off like the only competent member of the group when he saves some Silver Guardians from a bunch of mutant blasts. So Eric demands to be taken to meet their mentor, and when he finds out it's Billy, he's kind of in shock that he would have picked such hot-headed kids to be his team, and Billy basically says, well, if you think you can do better, why don't you train them for the day? And then we get an SPD the SWAT-like sequence of the Rangers training with the Silver Guardians, where they and Eric slowly gain respect for each other, to the point where at the end of the episode, when the Rangers and Eric manage to defeat the mutant of the week, he decides to leave the city in their capable hands. And then in episode 10, it's upgrade time, where I'm going to be introducing not Ultra Mode, but Hyper Mode, because in my opinion, calling it Hyper and that going into Super makes a whole lot more sense than Ultra going into Super. But anyways, Noah learns about the legendary Hyper Sword one night when working on Mr. Six in a Box of Bolts and reading up on a bunch of Ranger-related urban legends, and that it's basically an Excalibur-like sword that's hidden in the mountains somewhere around Stone Canyon. And if you think I'm being a bit heavy on stuff taking place in the mountains in this season, well, A, New Zealand has a lot of very pretty, very cheap mountains to shoot in, and B, I kinda don't want to lose the magical bamboo forests of Howard County meme. The next day, the Rangers go looking for the sword, leaving Tony Stark's AI Japanese son guarding the city, and when Vrock shows up to attack, he accidentally spills the beans where the Rangers are. So Vrock goes chasing after the sword himself, and does manage to get there first, but it rejects him, flying over to the Rangers, transforming into its new form that allows them to go hyper mode, and they send Vrock packing right away. Episode 11 would be kind of a filler episode about Jake realizing that he's been spending a lot of time with Gia and has kind of been neglecting his friendship with Noah, so he tries to go back to Power Ranger Fan Club one day, and when he realizes that everybody is now discussing the Megaforce Rangers and they have all these wild fan theories that have nothing to do with the actual reality of being on the team, he starts getting into fights with people that Noah and Jordan have to break up, and that leads to him and Noah having a bit of heart-to-heart, where Noah's like, dude, it's partly my fault. I've been really busy working on Captain Megazord, and I've got all this tech I'm keeping up for us. It's just a lot. Like, maybe we should just kind of let our friendship be put on hold until all this stuff with the new alliance is resolved. And Jake begrudgingly agrees, not putting things on the best note, but a bittersweet one that does promise things will be better for the Rangers after the show is over. Episodes 12 and 13 will be where things come to a head with Biggs and Bluefur, because Emma's gonna try and figure out a way to stop the environmental damage they're doing, and she'll even follow them up into the mountains, catching them meeting with Vrock and him giving them the Aurora box again, and she'll run headlong into that, try and stop it herself, not be able to, have to call in the others for backup, and that's when Biggs and Bluefur will expose themselves to its energy, and they'll immediately go to the city and start covering it in goo, leading to the Rangers getting lost in that tower, leading to the introduction of the Hypership and Hyper Guardian Megazord. Episode 14 be basically a filler Halloween special kind of thing, although instead of doing the weird fortune teller thing the actual show did, I'd have it be the Rangers fighting nightmares of past monsters via some kind of machine that Vrock comes up with in his underwater base. We can use this to introduce his underwater base, and you can also use old footage that way. Much more diegetic in my opinion. In episode 15, Malcor will emerge from his cocoon, and after being debriefed on everything that's gone on in the last couple weeks, he's gonna get really ticked off. So he'll immediately go down to Earth for a rampage, where at the same time, Jake and Gia have become a little suspicious of all the time Emma and Troy have been spending together, theorizing that maybe they're dating in secret. And Noah will immediately brush this off and say that Troy clearly has no interest in her, but he gets dragged along anyways to follow them on their afternoon jog, leaving Do Ranger's dream of electric Zords behind shut down because he had been working on him and doing some basic maintenance. However, they're kind of immediately exposed when Malcor and Vrock show up and they have to jump out from behind some bushes to help. So Troy gets really pissed off and kind of ballsy, going up to Malcor and being like, hey, if you're their leader, why are you only just now coming to fight us? And he's like, because up until now, I was willing to let the prince be so desperate to appease his family and get all the glory, but you know what? I'm really sick of you pathetic little Rangers putting the greatest achievement of my military career, crushing our greatest enemy, in jeopardy. So now I'm gonna destroy you myself. And then he practically bitch slaps them out of hyper mode. So after Malcor and Vrock leave, Troy demorphs and is like, guys, what the hell? Why were you following us? What's going on? We're supposed to be part of a team. Why can't you trust? Don't you trust us? And Noah, being the honest and forefront member of the group who didn't even want to be doing this, explains to them why they were being followed. And Emma bursts out laughing and exclaims, Troy and I aren't dating. I'm giving him pointers for his dates with Jordan. Which then shocks everyone because they had no idea Troy was gay, and when Emma realizes what she's done, she starts apologizing profusely to him, but he just stops her and goes, does this change anything? Are you still okay with me being your leader? And they're like, well, no, it doesn't. You're still the same person you were when you were leading us earlier, and you were gay then, so yeah, it's fine. We just didn't know it then, but we know it now, and Jordan's a good guy. We like Jordan. We're glad you're with him. So they all head off and they have a big, tough, long fight against Malcor, and Malcor eventually grows big, and they summon the Megazords and they fight against him that way, but then Vrock comes down with the War Star trying to kamikaze into the Megazords, so they just blast him into Malcor and they both explode, so the Rangers think they've defeated them both, but the episode will end on a female figure carrying Vrock's battered and bruised body from the wreckage. In episode 16, we'll be introduced to Metal Alice by having the Rangers be constantly called away from attempts to have a celebration at the grid vault of defeating Malcor to fight these drones that she keeps sending out to face them, that keep having these new and different iterations, slowly adapting to all their methods of fighting them until finally one actually gets the upper hand on them and she shows up to reclaim it, stating to them that they played right into her hands, and, well, Vrock's alive, and soon he'll be back and more powerful than ever. However, in episode 17, the cyborg Vrock that she brings to fight them isn't exactly up to snuff. It's missing a lot of its memories that keep flashing in and out of its mind, and it doesn't really know how to take on the Rangers. So she calls it back and decides to let drones take care of the Rangers for the next few episodes. So we get some Drone of the Week episodes with a little bit of final character development for all of our main cast. Episode 18 will be about Jake meeting Gia's parents for the first time, making a bad impression, and then trying to impress them a bunch of other times with a bunch of goofy Power Rangers comical stuff, until finally Gia gets mad and decides to solidify their relationship by saying, hey, I actually kind of love this guy. This guy's practically my boyfriend, and you keep looking down on him. I have nothing in my life that's my own. Please let me have this relationship. And the parents are a little taken aback because they're not dickheads. They just wanted their daughter to have a good life, so they're like, oh, if you're really overwhelmed and stressed out to the point where you want to date this guy just to get some stress relief, you could probably stop taking a couple classes, maybe quit a club or two if you want to, and then Jake and Gia are allowed to be a happy couple at this point. And by doing that, not only do we avoid the intensely annoying will they won't they-ness of actual Jake and Gia, but we get rid of the offensive subtext, and not only do we have the first ever gay couple in Power Rangers in Troy and Jordan, but we also have an active straight couple for the first time since MMPR in Jake and Gia. Pretty good stuff, in my opinion. Speaking of Troy and Jordan, in episode 19, Troy's gonna find out that Jordan is out and proud to his parents, who are very supportive of him, and that makes him want to kind of come out to his uncle and maybe his dad if he ever sees his dad again, but he has trouble getting up the courage until getting a final bit of advice from Billy, a nod to David Yost's sexuality in real life. And then in episode 20, for a Christmas special, in true Super Sentai fashion, before shit hits the fan, Noah is going to teach Lion King Mustafa X the true meaning of Christmas. And then in episode 21, we bring it all together with Metal Alice sending a sleeper agent robot to invade the Rangers' base. And after they think they've knocked the good out of it, they're totally cool with this. So Noah brings it back, all happy to have another robot assistant, but after a bunch of tests that prove it should be fine, it immediately goes evil again at night and steals all the data from the legendary Ranger database, bringing it back to Metal Alice and giving her the final piece of the puzzle she needs to restore Vrock. So in episode 2, when a small one-person fighter from the main invasion fleet lands on the beach, Venkor, its passenger, is greeted by both Vrock and Metal Alice and the Rangers. And Venkor, who's here to tell Vrock that, hey, the invasion's gonna start any day now, is kind of shocked that there's still a Ranger team hanging around. And Vrock starts kind of panicking and bullshitting, going like, no, man, don't worry. Now that you're here, we can totally defeat these guys ourselves. Let's take them. And so we get a final fight where Metal Alice and Venkor take on most of the Rangers, but Troy and Vrock fight alone. And we get a little bit of final character development for Troy, showing just how far he's come. He's able to go toe-to-toe with Vrock now, and though their ideologies are very much opposed, neither of them are gonna flinch on either, because all this season, Vrock will have been constantly stating how Power Rangers stole his honor from him. They stole what was rightfully his, the legacy he deserved, ruling over the earth. And now he's going to take it from them. And Troy's very much, the only legacy you have is causing untold suffering and conquering innocent planets. And I'm here to defend those innocent planets. You can even at that point, if you want to, throw in Earth's defenders never surrender. But despite having all of his memories back, Vrock is a little too weak to take on Troy alone, so Metal Alice pulls him out of the fight, leaving to the Rangers able to defeat Venkor, which then leads to Vrock sending Metal Alice in, and she gets defeated, and the Rangers are like, alright Vrock, time to face the music. But just then, he starts laughing. He starts laughing and chuckling and cackling maniacally, and he tells the Rangers to look up. And as they do, we see the first few New Alliance ships coming out of Hyper Rush. And so Vrock just cuts this hugely intimidating promo where he's like, it's too late, Rangers. Though the fleet may be being led by my buffoon of a brother, and though I may not get the glory of joining in the main invasion or defeating you myself, I will still intensely enjoy watching from my base as your entire planet is turned to ashes by the awesome might of our new alliance. And just as he finishes, the first blast hits right in between the two groups and sends everyone flying, but Silver McReal Ranger transforms into his Zord mode, grabs Vrock, and flies off into the mountains. And Noah starts panicking because he's grown super attached to Too Cool for 2 seasons, so he's like, guys, we gotta go after him, we gotta save him, he's gonna be all alone up there, and there's gonna be this huge army coming. And Billy gets on the comms and he's basically like, yeah, there's this huge army coming and you guys aren't equipped to deal with that. We need to regroup. And Troy calls for a retreat, leading to the same final shot from actual Megaforce. Our Rangers running in fear from an invading enemy force that's huge and impossible for us to comprehend. And that's what I would do with Power Rangers Megaforce. What would you do? What do you think about what I did? Let me know down in the comments below, because I am just so interested in hearing about that. And while you're at it, why not give this video a like, subscribe so that you can get part 2 when it comes out next month, and follow me on all the social media bullshit. And hey, if you got even more time on your hands, why not check out Modular Media? It's this cool other channel where I do podcasts with Boingo Rider and Snowcone83. And yeah, that's gonna be it for now. I'll see you next month for What If Super Megaforce Was Good, and we'll figure out if all the stuff I set up here will actually lead to a great season, or I'm gonna completely drop the ball. Bye! And welcome back to the second part of the rewrite, pitch,
video thing I'm doing for Power Rangers Megaforce, the worst Power Ranger series of all time, in my opinion. One of the worst TV shows I've ever seen, and it's been haunting me for years, and now I'm trying to fix it. It's cold out here. We've been over all this before. Yeah. So since we ended Season 1 on a big cliffhanger, I want to open Season 2 in media res, with the Rangers getting their asses handed to them by a bunch of X-Borgs, Loogies, and Bruisers in front of a completely wrecked Earth Guardian, aka Gosei Great, Megazord. They get beaten back into the forest, where Troy tells everyone that they need to hold out just a little longer until those reinforcements Billy informed them of can get there. And it's at that point that they start to stand up to fight again, as they're slowly being surrounded by more and more X-Borgs. And just as Troy takes a fighting stance, Jason Lee Scott and Tommy Oliver, as the Red Mighty Morphin Power Ranger and the Black Dino Thunder Ranger, leap in to save the day. And yeah, I know it's going to be kind of a cheap pop to bring them back first of all, people, but you gotta remember, we're trying to hook the casuals right away with this anniversary season, and a great way to do that is to have two of their favorites from childhood show up, who also happen to be the first two guys to lead a team of Power Rangers in, like, chronological series order. As they dispatch the grunts at hand, Jason and Tommy inform the Megaforce team that the rest of the New Alliance's army is being routed to the rock formation for which Stone Canyon gets its name, and that all of the other Rangers who could make it are waiting there for them to make a final stand. So they head there, and we go directly into the legendary battle. Yeah, I'm moving it back to the beginning of the season because, like I said in the last video, I honestly think that was one of Megaforce's biggest mistakes. They spent 2 years building up to it, and there's no way it could actually live up to the hype that had gathered in the fandom. So I think the best remedy for that is to not talk about it for as long as possible, like I said in Season 1, and then when you get to the Gokaiger footage, just do it straight away! Give the people what they want! Give them what they want! Oh, and in my version, we will still be shooting a few new bits, but less so to feature more of the Ghost Sager suits and more so to feature more of American original suits that didn't appear in the original Legendary Battle, or Legend War rather, like the Titanium Ranger, the Spirit Rangers, and if you want to get just crazy, we can also throw in some Battleizers and the A-Squad Rangers too. And the battle goes well for quite a while until, after most of the grunts have been dispatched, the ships move in from orbit and start firing on them directly, leading to everyone wondering what the heck they're going to do to deal with that, since Zords have already proved pretty ineffectual. So Billy gets on the comms and basically tells everybody to form up in circles around the Megaforce team because they're going to the nuclear option, and once they do this, everyone sort of gets this ball of energy, like light, just emanating out of them that shoots up into the sky, and all these balls of energy just lay waste to the New Alliance fleet. And then we cut back to the ground where everybody is now demorphed, and the Megaforce Rangers start celebrating with a few of the legends we'll see cameo throughout the season, when all of a sudden a second wave of ships moves in and starts firing on them. Some of the Rangers try and morph to counter this, but their morphers aren't working, so Jason says everyone needs to scatter, and as they do this, the Megaforce Rangers are teleported back to the grid vault, where they start asking Billy what the heck is going on and what they're gonna do next. Billy explains that he really doesn't know what they're supposed to do next. Like he said, that was the nuclear option. Mutually assured destruction. Every morpher that was involved is now fried, and repairing them would take way too long. There's tons of ships still coming in, and no telling how many more there are. And now that they've taken that one shot they had at destroying the whole New Alliance at once, and it turned out that the size of the fleet was a bluff, the Earth is defenseless. So Troy asks what the heck they're gonna do if they can't morph anymore, and Billy basically says they have to survive, and he orders everyone to get into the hypership with Alpha 1, as he reveals that he might be the only Ranger left on Earth with powers, because his power ruby has actually been fully charged for a little while now. He just hasn't had a reason to use it. Some of them, of course, insist that Billy has to come with them, but he says that somebody has to stay and defend the vault, and as it's shaken by a blast and an intruder alert goes off, he orders them to go, and as they do, and the hypership engages its camouflage mode, we see just tons of loogies, X-Borgs, and bruisers pouring into the vault and surrounding Billy, as he just slowly smiles, lifts his power ruby up, says some kind of witty one-liner, morphs, and jumps into action, as we cut to a title card that reads 6 months later. We get an establishing shot of the Armada flagship where Damaris is just arriving on the bridge and asking for a morning report from Elvira, who quickly clears away some footage of mountains from her desktop and then starts telling him that all the human cities are still complying and everything's pretty calm on the surface, and she's actually expecting a message pretty soon about a supply shipment, but other than that, not much going on today. Just then, Prince Vicar and his new android bodyguard Argus show up on the bridge, and as he's walking out of the door, Vicar proceeds to immediately trip over his own console, leading to everyone either busying themselves with something or just straight up looking away. Because I think one of Megaforce's biggest mistakes is not just going ahead and establishing Vicar as a buffoon immediately. We said it a couple times in regular Megaforce and established it, but here in Super Megaforce we want to actually show that as quickly as possible. None of that sort of shadowy, potentially intimidating figure stuff from the actual pilot. I mean, yeah, that made for a great comedic twist in Gokaiger, but it doesn't exactly translate all that well for an American audience. So showing here that Vicar's an idiot, and because he's the prince, everybody just kind of ignores it and treats him like he's God's gift to creation, like he's Kim Jong-un or something, I think that would really go a long way to endearing that character to people and not just making them think he's one of the worst villains of all time, people say. After he's helped up by Argus, Vicar asks Damaris for a morning report, and Damaris gives essentially the same one that Elvira just gave to him. However, while he's finishing, he's cut off by an incoming transmission from the Monster of the Week, which in my version we're going to refer to as Commanders to sort of reinforce the idea that this is an army. Anyway, the transmission will go something like, "Report, report, we're under attack, they're trying to take the supplies." And just as he's finishing, we cut over to the warehouse where we see two figures in all black and motorcycle helmets dispatch a few X-Borgs, turn their attention to the commander, and then do a combo attack on him. One of them starts shoving supplies into a duffel bag while the other gets on the comms console and just calmly asks, "Hey, who's this?" And Damaris replies, "This is because this is what Damaris sounds like. This is Vice Admiral Damaris of the new United Alliance of Evil. Who in the name of Master Vile are you?" To which a female voice happily says, "We're Earth's defenders, and you're good to remember we never surrendered." This statement throws the bridge into chaos, and as everybody's trying to figure out what that means, we see those two figures run out of the warehouse and through Stone Canyon City, where we see just what occupied territory looks like. There's X-Borgs everywhere. There's still people moving about as normal, but they're always a little fearful, always a little intimidated by the occupying force. Like, one step out of line will mean you're dragged off to the gulag. And as after we notice that, we see the figures move to the outskirts of the city where they enter an abandoned warehouse, and inside is the hypership and a couple dozen people, including Jordan and a few kids who run up to the figures and greet them as they take their helmets off to reveal that they are Jake and Gia. Jake starts entertaining the kids while Gia and Jordan offload supplies and exposit about what's been going on in the intervening time. Basically that the Megaforce Rangers have been held up in this warehouse with Gia's parents, Jordan, Troy's uncle, and a few other civilian families ever since the invasion happened. Just doing little bits of resistance here and there to try and keep the Armada on their toes, and they have no idea what became of Robo Knight, Billy, or Vrock. However, they have been searching for them while they have the time, although Noah is mostly devoted to getting their powers back up and running, because the scariest bit of information we learn is that since the Armada claimed victory, there's been no sign of any Power Rangers on Earth whatsoever. After sending the kids back to their parents, Jake, Gia, and Jordan go to see Troy and Emma, who are sparring together by the hypership, and after they break, they express some worry over Noah, who's been in the hypership since Jake and Gia left for their mission 3 days ago. They all agree to go check on him, but when they start up the boarding ramp, Alpha comes out and basically says that Noah said he didn't want to be disturbed because he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Although, when Emma questions how long ago this order was given, Alpha admits that it was 19 hours, 9 minutes, and 3 seconds ago, and they all rush past him, finding Noah inside, passed out next to a console. They quickly wake him, and as soon as he gets his bearing, he gets this huge grin and announces that he's done it. He's managed to hack into the Morphin Grid. They ask what he means by this, and he starts explaining about how the Morphin Grid is a universal biofield that exists across all of time and space, and allows for otherwise unexplainable phenomenon, like what they can do as Rangers, how the Zords work, and even travel across time and dimensions. He also explains about how the Morphin Grid is something you need a specific access point in order to use, like the Grid Vault or a Morpher, and up till now, he's been trying to repair their old Morphers in order to get access again, but you actually can't do that. Once a point of access is severed completely or fried out like their Morphers were, it's gone. You have to make a new one. So after that, he started working on creating a wholly new set of powers for them until he realized something else. With all the Morphers gone and unusable, all this power is just a Morphin Grid and has nowhere to go, like steam in a boiler, and that could make it even more difficult for them to morph even when he makes new Morphers. So he got the bright idea, why not just make it so they can use all of the power? He created a Morpher that allows them to turn into any Ranger for a short amount of time, as well as the base mode he's been making for them. Essentially doing the same thing of explaining the constant switches between legendary modes that Megaforce did. Only there they just said you could only use it for a limited amount of time. Here we're going to establish why. It's to be more effective. You're hitting them quickly with a very powerful attack before going to another one or back into the base mode, because that's all you really need and that's all the grid can really handle. Noah shows them a mock-up of what the new suits will look like, and when points out the obvious pirate theme, he just kind of shrugs and goes, I figure if we're gonna be stealing other teams' powers, we might as well play into that. And Troy admits that he actually really likes that, because they're not Earth's defenders anymore. They're the rebellion that's going to free it. So they shouldn't be the Power Rangers Megaforce anymore. They should be the Power Rangers Rebel Crew. And that's probably the biggest change I'm making overall, just because, like, we've all made fun of how generic title Super Megaforce is. You need something better and more fitting of the pirate theme, especially with how prevalent it is. In Gosei, you can edit out the angel wings. You can shove all that holy imagery into the background and just make it a generic team. If you're gonna do Gokaiger, you gotta acknowledge the pirate theme, and this is my way of doing that. Now, whether Rebel Crew will actually be the logo and the name and on all the marketing, I don't know. I don't know how the contract with Nickelodeon worked. Maybe they had to call it Super Megaforce. Maybe you can go from Megaforce to Rebel Crew. Maybe that's too confusing for branding purposes. I'm not an exec. I'm not an actual marketing executive. I don't know what the right choice there would be. I just know that from a story perspective, I think changing the team's in-universe name to Rebel Crew really helps that transition. However, the Rangers don't really have much time to take all these changes to their arsenal in, because an alarm starts going off in the hypership, and Alpha announces that the commander they stole the supplies from is now attacking the city, and saying that by order of the new alliance, the people who took the supplies will either turn themselves in, or the city will be turned to ash. So Noah starts handing out the morphers and keys, even giving one to Jordan, but when he gets to Jake, who's at the end of the line, he stops and apologizes, saying that he fell asleep before he could start on the Black Ranger powers, and there's not enough time to make them right now. So Jake starts to say that this might actually be better, but just then Jordan walks over and hands him his key and morpher, saying that even though it's always been his dream to be a Power Ranger, he's waited this long and he can wait a little longer, so he's gonna hand over the Green Ranger powers to the guy with more experience as a Power Ranger right now. Which is basically my explanation for how that color changes between Sentais. Yeah, it's a little complicated and required a lot of build-up, but I think it's better than blowing the explanation off, or, like some people suggested in the last video's comments, playing musical chairs with the powers. So of course the Rangers hit out and fight the Commander of the Week, defeating him by showing off all their new fancy suits, powers, weapons, and etc. And we also will keep in that first all-Red Ranger morph from the first episode, because why wouldn't you? And hey, since I've established that the Megaforce powers are retired now, we can still keep that usage of the Gosei suit in. However, a change I am going to make is that when Levira grows the monster, it will actually be quite concerning for the Rangers, because they think they're pretty much out of Zords, but Noah reveals that he has another ace up his sleeve, and we see lightning strike the hypership as it is transformed into the Rebel Galleon, which will kind of serve as a homage, throwback sort of thing to how the Thunder Zords were summoned, because second set of powers for this team, much like the Thunder Zords were for the Mighty Morphin team. Don't know if I needed to explain that quite that much. Anyways, the Rebel Galleon unleashes the rest of the Rebel Fleet Zords, and they transform into the Rebel Megazord, which the Rangers quickly use to defeat the Commander of the Week with a Rebel Cannon Burst. And our first episode will end with everybody celebrating in the abandoned warehouse, and Troy reminding them that yes, this was a great day, but it was their first victory in a long time, and there's still quite the war ahead of them. So yeah, quite the good pilot, I think. We transition over to the Gosei footage rather smoothly, with a lot of very apt explanations that make it flow so much better than the abruptness of the actual pilot of Super Megaforce. And we also get a few character payoffs and some establishment for character arcs that will go throughout this season. Speaking of which, I've been recording for over an hour now, so let's go ahead and get into the outlines for some of the actual episodes of this season besides the pilot. For episode 2, I'm just going to jump straight into the cameos, because the Rangers are going to receive a mystical summons to Briarwood, where after helping defeat some X-Borgs, they'll meet up with Chip, who establishes that because of the invasion, all the magical creatures have retreated into the forest again, and most Power Rangers are actually in hiding now, putting together resistance forces of their own, which the Megaforce Rangers are going to have to spend most of the season seeking out and uniting in order to mount a large counterattack in the finale. The Rebel crew of course agrees to this, and Chip gives them the new legendary Mystic Dragon Zord to aid them in their quest. And before I get off episode 2, let me just say real quick that I would still keep the tribute fights and the theme song usage in my version of Super Megaforce. However, since we've always assumed that the reason they didn't use them in actual Super Megaforce is because of some kind of weird copyright issue with the theme songs, I would simply have Gnome Kamel do covers of the original theme songs. Like, you could release a whole album. This is a whole other way you could make some money off of this show. Release a whole album of just covers of all the old Power Rangers themes done in a new style that they did for Samurai, Megaforce, and then Dino Charge. Just have a bunch of those, but being remakes of all the original theme songs, and play those over each tribute fight. I think that would work great, and it would be really interesting to hear songs like the Mystic Force theme song, for example, in this episode, being redone in that modern style that's kind of trying to be Ron Wasserman, but is also very contemporary sounding. In episode 3, we're going to explain the new powers, because while tracking a distress signal that they think is Robo Knight, the Rangers come across the now abandoned base of the Power Rangers Star Warriors, who are the Die Rangers suits, and we establish that this team did exist on Earth, but in ancient China, and has largely been forgotten by history, except Alpha, who happens to have retained a copy of the Legacy database in his hard drive, and Noah, after learning this, spends a night just poring over it and learning about all these new teams he's never seen before from the past, future, alternate dimensions, and space, and he makes new keys for all of them, and that's what allows us to have to cut around less Gokaiger footage. Don't get me wrong, it's probably still going to be jarring to see things like Battle Fever and Big One in American footage, but I think it'll be much easier to just say, like, this is a crazy team from another dimension or another time, than trying to cut around them and then failing to. Plus, taking this episode aside to give all these teams Power Ranger names and establish what kind of teams they were in this universe will allow for us to, down the line, do some expanded universe stuff. We could do comics or novels or role-playing live streams about these teams instead of, making up wholly original teams that just feel like fan fiction. In episode 4, the Rangers are confronted by Bridge Carson, who travels back from the year 2025 using the SPD Red powers as we saw him with in Once a Ranger. And it'll basically be an episode about a veteran learning to respect this new team, because he comes to give them the legendary Delta Runner Zord, but isn't sure if they're ready for it, because history says that their period is a huge turning point for Earth, but they don't really seem like they've been doing the best job, and he wonders if maybe history isn't going as it's supposed to. And then him and Troy end up having to deal with a Commander of the Week alone, and he goes like, oh no, you guys are actually great, you're all really capable, and yeah, here's the new Zord. Episode 5 will be my take on actual Megaforce's Jungle Fury episode, because it'll be mostly about Jake, who worries that he's not up to everyone else's level in martial arts, so he asks Emma to train him privately in the mountains, although once they get out there, they're met by a wandering martial artist who teaches them how to master their animal spirits, and then introduces himself as Casey Rhodes, the Red Jungle Fury Ranger, and gives them a new attack to use on the Rebel Megazord. In episode 6, the Rangers are looking for a bigger place to use as their base of operations before coming across the Animarium, and when they land on there, they're pretty much immediately chased off by the Red Lion Zord and end up landing in the backyard of the Myers residence, where they reunite with Eric, and we meet his wife, Taylor. Because yeah, I sail that ship hard, and I'm pretty sure a lot of other people do, so I think it would be a nice bit of payoff for fans to have them both come back in the same episode and be shown to be married all these years later. But anyway, Taylor explains to the Rebel crew that the Wild Force Zords are extremely protective of the Animarium and don't really trust anyone who's not Princess Shayla or a Wild Force Ranger, so they get her to go back to the Animarium with them, but they end up being followed by the New Alliance, who try to take the place for themselves and realizing just how much natural beauty of nature is in danger now, the rebel crew leads the Commander of the Week away, and after it's convinced to help them, the legendary Wild Force Red Lion Zord joins the rebel crew arsenal. In episode 7, the Rangers return to Stone Canyon and free it with the help of Adam and Aisha, who, as parts of the Stone Canyon trio, will act as our MMPR Seasons 2 and 3 cameos. And if you're wondering why I didn't include Rocky to complete the trio, he's still going to be in Dimensions in Danger in my universe, so he'll show up again later. But anyways, after a lot of careful strategizing, the Rangers and Legends free Stone Canyon, making it the only unoccupied city on Earth. And after they do this, we finally get to see Noah, Jake, and Emma's parents, who all come up and hug them after seeing that their kids are Rangers. In episode 8, an envoy named Madicore arrives from the Emperor, establishing that he'll be there in a matter of months, and that Fikar really needs to destroy the Rangers before that happens, or it's not gonna be good. So he takes Madicore and Argus down to Earth and confronts the Rangers, and quickly gets his ass handed to him, retreating while Madicore and Argus continue fighting. Noah fights Argus on his own and mostly manages to hold his own, while realizing that there's something incredibly familiar about Argus's fighting style. But most of the other Rangers are getting their asses handed to them by Madicore until Noah comes to their aid, and so does Jaden Sheba, who quickly gets them all out of there. He says that he's come to offer the aid of the Samurai Rangers after learning of their victory, but the rebel crew basically tells him he needs to go back and stay in hiding until it's time for the massive counterattack, and they'll let him know when that time comes. And as he goes to leave, he gives them a parting gift, the Double Disc, which has now been upgraded to give them a new Samurai mode for the Megazord. In episode 9, the Rangers launch a rescue mission after having learned that TJ is being held captive on the Armada flagship and potentially being experimented on by Lavira, but when they're actually in Lavira's lab and are getting him untied, Noah takes the opportunity to go over some of the files on Lavira's computer, finding a folder titled Project Retrofit, which contains extensive notes and recordings of how Argus was made out of the remains of Robo Knight. Lavira found Robo Knight in pieces scattered across the mountains shortly after the invasion while she was searching for Vrock, who we also establish is her fiancé. However, just as this little tidbit drops, she actually shows up back to the lab and the rebel crew have to get back to Earth. After fighting her assistant and handing TJ off to a newly reopened hospital, Noah swears to the other Rangers that he is going to capture Argus and find a way to turn him back into Robo Knight, no matter what. And that's just the tip of the iceberg as far as things going bad for the Rangers, because in episode 10, they are summoned to the mountains, and thinking that it's Billy, they happily go there before being ambushed by Vrock, who has a new form and a newly rebuilt Metal Alice, which I'll use the suits for Bosco and Sally for. Vrock tells the rebel crew of how he raided the grid vault after its destruction and managed to gain access to the morphing grid, giving him and Alice their new forms and a bunch of ranger keys, which he then animates into a small army and begins attacking the Rangers. The Rangers are no match for all these legendary powers, and they're forced to retreat after Corone sweeps in as a distraction and tells them to run. She tells the rebel crew that TJ was actually the only spacefaring ranger that got captured, and that the rest of them have been laying in wait on Earth for the news that it's time to fight back. And when she realizes Troy isn't exactly thrilled over this news, she takes him aside and asks him what's wrong, and he just starts venting about how frustrating the last few weeks have been, because he's effectively the leader of the rebellion, and with that comes a lot of responsibility and a lot to do and very little time for himself. He's been working with the team and other people so much that he's barely seen his uncle or his boyfriend since they became the rebel crew. She says that she sympathizes, but that he should probably think about talking to his team about this, because if there's one thing she learned from her brother as a ranger, it's that keeping things from the rest of the team, especially personal things that are bothering you, will only hinder things. And so we kind of get the TV version of one of the few scenes I actually really like from the 2017 Power Rangers movie, the Rangers all kind of having an airing of grievances around the campfire. Troy, of course, talks about what's bothering him, but we also see Noah openly express how distressed he is over Robo Knight's fate, and Emma talks about all the damage that's being done to life on Earth by the new alliance. Gia expresses that she's actually frustrated she can't do more for the team because she's been spending so much time helping the city rebuild, and Jake does something similar by saying that he's really worried that no matter what he does, he's never going to be quite up to snuff compared to the rest of them. And through doing this, they all kind of realize just how much they mean to each other and how hard they're all working for each other, and they sort of unite as one again. The next morning, they go to confront Vrock, and we learn that his plan is actually just to destroy the rebel crew. He only has any mind on doing that now. That's his sole focus, and he's kind of tunnel visioned into it because he thinks it's the only thing he can do to get back into New Alliance's good graces and possibly even steal the throne from his brother. But this first attempt doesn't go quite well for him when the rebel crew manages to defeat all the legendary rangers this time and reclaim those keys, scaring Vrock into retreating. In episode 11, Vakar quickly learns that Vrock is still alive and immediately forbids Levira from making contact with him because he knows that Vrock is gunning for his position. So he comes up with a plan of his own to defeat the rebel crew before Vrock can, which is basically just to turn one of his commanders into a suicide bomber. Meanwhile, Noah realizes that now that they have all these new keys, they need to make a ranger who can use them. So he finally makes a new set of powers for Jordan, with the help of Eric, who comes back to help design the new Zord, and they end up naming it after the Q-Rex because, yeah, that's actually one thing I forgot to talk about in Megaforce Sucks, was how ridiculous it is that that Zord is just named the Q-Rex. It needs to be named something like the new Q-Rex, the 2-Rex, the Neo Q-Rex, just something that establishes it is the second one. And also, if you're going to name it the Q-Rex, you need to bring in the Quantum Ranger to pass that torch. So Eric will show up here, get a few scenes with Jordan, and then we'll get Jordan turning into the 6th Rebel Crew Ranger, who is, of course, Gosei Silver, and being the one to defeat the Commander of the Week after realizing that he has that suicide bomb collar. Also, now that I've gone and done that, I should probably reveal something that I've been keeping in my back pocket this whole time. In my version, Jordan isn't played by the guy from actual Megaforce who played that one-off character. He's played by Cameron Jabo, because Cameron Jabo is a great actor, and he deserved better than he got, even though he got more than most of the Megaforce team. So, fucking put him throughout the whole season, give him a nice romance with the Red Ranger, and constantly be building towards making him the 6th Ranger until it happens, and it feels like this huge payoff and this really cathartic moment for a character who, much like his Sentai counterpart, has been dreaming his whole life of becoming a Power Ranger. Episode 12 will mostly serve to establish Vrock's strategy from now on, which is targeting legendary rangers in order to draw the rebel crew to him. The first one he's going to go after, though, will be Delphine. And because she's in this episode, we will be sure to take a moment out to have the rebel crew ask her if she's heard head or tail of Billy since the invasion began. And she'll basically say that Billy's been a ghost to all the Equestrian Rangers since Aquitar was lost to the New Alliance. In episode 13, the Rangers go to the Wind Ninja Academy to meet Cam Watanabe, who gives them a Zord he's been working on, the new legendary Ninja Storm Mini Zord. But they have unwittingly led the New Alliance to the Wind Ninja Academy's door, and they have to now defeat the Commander of the Week before it can report the location back, because much like the Animarium and the Magical Forest from Briarwood, it's managed to stay hidden all this time, and we kind of want to keep it that way. In episode 14, the Megaforce Rangers have to save Mac Hartford and establish a connection with him after he gets kidnapped by Vrock. And in this episode, we'll also see the first time Vrock and Vicar come face to face after the invasion, which will lead to kind of a comedy climax of the episode where they'll just be arguing and fighting with each other, and the Rangers and Vrock will kind of just sneak off. However, in episode 15, we're going to start getting back to plot stuff when the Rangers are summoned to the old Nasada spaceport and find not only Andros, but Billy. And we establish that Billy was saved by Andros just in the nick of time, and ever since then, the two have been held up here working on constructing a new rebel fleet to fight back against the New Alliance. They end up having been followed by Vrock, who fights them but is repelled very quickly when Billy reveals the newest addition to their arsenal, a rebuilt Mega Winger, which is added to the Megazord and leads to Vrock getting extremely frustrated at this latest in the long line of losses and destroying Metal Alice in his anger. In episode 16, we establish that in between episodes, the Rangers have moved their base to the Nasada spaceport, but they end up getting sent by Billy for the episode to go to Mariner Bay and help Ryan Mitchell and his team of Resistance fighters take it back from the Commander of the Week. Although they're quite surprised to find that Ryan's second in command is Troy's father, Sergeant Austin Barrows. Troy's initially really angry with his dad because he had no idea if he was alive or not this whole time, and it turns out he was just a couple cities away when he thought he was in Asia. But Austin says that he had been transferred to Mariner Bay only a week before the invasion and had been planning to surprise Troy until the invasion happened and changed how everything worked. And he didn't know if Troy was dead or alive either, and he's extremely relieved to see not only is he alive, but he's the Red Ranger. However, there's not a lot of time for catching up as Austin still has a lot to do to prepare for the attack in the morning, so Ryan invites Troy along with him to go to the remains of the Lightspeed Aqua Base and search for anything that could be of use to them. While there, they bond over having mutually strained relationships with their dads, and Troy tells Ryan about his sexuality, and Ryan encourages him to go ahead and come out to his father, as he expresses that he wants to, but isn't sure how it will go over given everything that's happened in the last few months. They also find the remains of what looks like a weapon Miss Fairweather was developing during the final days of Lightspeed and bring it back to the camp, where Noah basically says, "Oh yeah, this could really help. I can finish this if I stay up all night," and proceeds to do so, as we also see a scene of Troy going to Austin's tent and reintroducing Jordan, not just as another one of the Rangers, but as his boyfriend. Austin says that he had actually suspected Troy was gay for a few years now, but didn't want to force him into coming out, so just figured if he was, he would do it in his own time, and now that he has, he's incredibly proud of who his son is, and says that he loves and supports him in whatever he wants to do. And the episode wraps up with our heroes retaking the second city to be freed on Earth, with the aid of their new weapon, the Super Mega Cannon, or Gokai Galleon Buster if you're Sentai savvy. And it's at this point that we start heading into the final arc, when Kat shows up at the Nasada spaceport battered and bruised and telling of how Vrock showed up at her and Tommy's home in the mountains outside Reefside, kicked the crap out of the two of them, and kidnapped their son JJ. So while Andros and Billy treat Kat's injuries, the Rebel crew go to meet up with Vrock and Tommy at the ruins of the Grid Vault, where Vrock has basically demanded that either the Rebel crew surrender to him or he will destroy JJ. However, the Rebel crew managed to outsmart him by using Tommy as a distraction, and while Vrock's trying to deal with him, they sneak up behind and get JJ out of there, handing him off to Tommy, who runs to take JJ to safety, while the Megaforce Rangers engage in a very tough fight with Vrock that goes into the nighttime and the forest, as they are one by one demorphed by Vrock until it's just Troy, fighting Vrock in his civilian clothes with a Rebel Saber and Jordan's Rebel Trident, delivering a double Rebel Slash and destroying Vrock once and for all. In episode 18, Billy, Noah, and Dr. K begin working on the final addition to the Rebel crew's arsenal, the Mock Falcon, which Flynn McAllister comes over from the RPM dimension to help them actually physically complete, until they realize that he's been followed by Professor Cog, who plans to steal the Mock Falcon Zord. However, that plan doesn't actually go too well for him, because immediately he's confronted by Vakar, who accuses him of trying to steal his invasion, and the two enemy factions fight until the Rebel crew shows up and defeats Professor Cog with the aid of the Mock Falcon Zord. Then in episode 19, shit really starts to hit the fan, as we learn that Levira has learned of Vrock's death and has been working through her grief to create the Royal Megazord, which she gives to Prince Vakar and tells him to avenge the loss of his brother. So, realizing that he can gain major political points by doing this, Vakar takes it down to Earth and starts attacking Stone Canyon until the Rebel crew come to confront him in the Rebel Megazord, but they're clearly no match for it. And the Royal Megazord ends up forcing not just the Rebel Megazord, but the Rangers themselves to separate, and they frantically try to reunite as Troy is stranded in a damaged Rebel galleon and is trying to repair it on his own. Emma, Gia, and Jordan all make it there fairly quickly, but Jake and Noah are confronted by Argus, who's here to destroy them. And they immediately begin pleading with him to either let them pass or remember his own past as Robo Knight, but that doesn't work. He just keeps attacking them over and over again until finally Jake is injured and Noah is forced to morph, and in a very emotional fight, destroys Argus and any hope of regaining Robo Knight. After that, the Rangers all unite in the Rebel Galleon and quickly repair it so that they can form the Megaforce Rebel Ultrazord with the Mock Falcon and defeat Prince Vakar. Which leads right into episode 20 with Damaris and Levira sitting on the bridge of the flagship in complete shock, as suddenly the Emperor's fleet arrives and starts laying waste to their own until he boards with his footmen, Redker and Yelzer, who immediately chain up Damaris as Mavro orders him taken to the brig, and explains that the only reason he's not doing the same thing to Levira is because her scientific knowledge is far too valuable to the New Alliance right now. She practically begs him to spare Damaris, and he agrees to give him a shot at redemption, saying that if he can destroy the Power Rangers for him, then Damaris's charges of letting his sons be killed will be cleared. So Damaris goes down to Earth, and in his final moments fighting against the Rangers, he lets slip that the Emperor has arrived to Earth, and they take this information back to Billy, who immediately discerns that Damaris and probably Levira next are being sent as distractions, which is confirmed in episode 21 when Mavro establishes that not only has he called in every ship the New Alliance has, but every favor it has as well, and once they've all arrived in a very short time, they will be laying waste to the Earth. However, in the meantime, Levira is being sent to distract the Rangers, which she does in a backup Royal Megazord she has. They quickly knock her out of it and defeat her using a bunch of legendary Ranger modes of past Rangers we haven't seen on Earth before. However, they have no time to celebrate this victory as immediately the New Alliance fleet starts moving in out of orbit and into the upper atmosphere and firing on them, which takes us into the finale, where as the Rangers are being forced further and further towards the center of Stone Canyon, they defeat grunts where they can, but mostly are just trying to save civilians and keep moving. Eventually, however, at midnight, Emperor Mavro halts the invasion and announces that they will be stopping for the night, and Earth will be given one final night of peace to contemplate its doom, which will arrive at sunrise. Our heroes regroup in what remains of the high school with Billy and Jason, who has come across enemy lines, to inform the rebel crew that the legendary Rangers have gotten the message that now is the time to fight back, and tomorrow every legendary Ranger will be leading teams of rebels in fights in major cities across the globe in order to counterattack this invasion. He wishes them luck and heads off back to Angel Grove to meet up with his team, which takes us into some final character moments for each of our main cast. Billy tells Noah how proud he is of him for creating the new powers and allowing the Rangers to continue fighting in his absence. Troy and Jordan both remark on how far they've come since becoming Rangers. Emma stares vacantly into the distance and says something about nature, and Jake and Gio reaffirm that they love each other and decide that when this is all over, they're gonna get married. And so we cut to the morning where Redker and Yelzer beam down to Stone Canyon to accept the Earth's surrender, but instead of that, each of the Rangers' guardians comes out from bombed out buildings and announces that just like the Power Rangers, the people of Earth will never surrender to an invading alien force, and just as they're about to be struck down for their insolence, the rebel crew comes out and morphs to lead the charge. Rangers, soldiers, and civilians alike all fight back across the globe as we get flashes of final cameos for most of the returning actors while the battle rages in Stone Canyon. The Rangers using Legendary Ranger mode to defeat Yelzer, and then Troy and Jordan splitting off to go find Mavro as the others deal with Redker. They eventually get up to the flagship, and we get the same scene from the actual finale of them using it to destroy all the other ships and force Mavro to the ground, where they meet up with the others and defeat Mavro and the New Alliance once and for all with a blitz of legendary Ranger attacks. We cut to the epilogue for the season, which takes place 4 months later at the reception for Jake and Gia's wedding, where Noah gives Billy, Eric, and Andros the first in a new line of morphers, the Master Morphers, which, once they're all completed, will allow each of the Legendary Rangers to continue fighting and continue cameoing in future anniversary seasons and specials. And then we get the final scene wherein Troy catches Gia's bouquet and immediately proposes to Jordan, who says yes, and that's how I would end my version of Power Rangers Megaforce.
Nostalgia can mean many things for many people. For some, it can mean a fond reminiscence on the earliest moments of their lives. For others, it means taking great care in the stewardship of a franchise they have just been entrusted with. For me, today, it has meant re-experiencing one of the greatest successes of my career, and judging what could have been changed, what has changed, and what needs to be changed. As to what those changes may be, I leave that to you, the audience member. For this is and always must be a two-way relationship, which is why I must once again ask for your support. Be it through a comment, like, subscribe, or ringing of the bell. You could always take it a step further by following me on social media or pledging to my Patreon in order to gain early access to videos, my monthly behind-the-scenes podcast, and your name in the credits. Or if you prefer something more physical, you could always take a look at my brand new merch store, where you can find designs based off of all of my art assets from throughout my career. But that is where I must leave you, for this does not last forever. Videos must always come to an end, as we leave you to continue wandering through this vast oasis of play, prank, examination, and proclamation that we know only as YouTube.com.